Morning and welcome to Sewing Street. It's Doughnut Day. Well, it's not really, but it's Doughnut Day today on Sewing Street. These are coming up at 12 o'clock. Is this not the most beautiful, squishy donut? We've got them in all colours as well. So they will be sitting with me all day because I'm quite obsessed with them. There's even a donut blanket, only better. Anyway, thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street. What a beautiful day it is as well. It's lovely to have you with me. We've got a fabulous day coming up today. Lots and lots of glorious things, including fabric, which I've got here, and Adam. Fabric and Adam. But we'll start with the early bird because that's where we like to start. We've got a very special early bird for you today. It's one of those things that is going to save you money. We like that. Well, it's going to save you money in two ways. Firstly, we're going to save you money because it's an early bird. And secondly, this means that you can use all those small pieces of wadding that aren't big enough to use for something else because this is what sticks them together. See? So it's saving money. So what it is, it's called batting seam tape. So batting is the American word for wadding. We call it wadding over here, don't we? And what you do, it's like a sticky tape, but it's specially, get it out, it's specially made for wadding. And you iron it on. So what you do is, you need enough wadding for a cushion, but you've only got some little pieces, is you butt the wadding up together. Don't overlap it. You butt it up together, and then you put this tape, which has got glue on one side and not on the other. It's like a single-sided interfacing, really. And then you press this on top of the butted up wadding. That wadding now becomes one piece. So all those bits of wadding that you think, well, they're not big enough for anything else, this is what you use. Now, the price for this is normally £10.99. It's a 9.1 metre roll. So what price are we going to drop it today, Ben? £8.99. £8.99, that's amazing. £2 saving. And it's not just a £2 saving, you are going to be able to use all of those pieces of wadding. So whether you're using an H640 that you want to join together, obviously if you're pressing onto that, make sure that you've got something else underneath, otherwise you will melt the glue on the other side and it will stick to your ironing board. If you're using a cotton wadding, if you're using a polyester wadding, or whether it's a bamboo or whether it's a mix, butt the wadding up together and press this on top. And then you can use all of those pieces of wadding. Loads if you've got it in baskets, or maybe you've got wadding and you want to do a quilt and you've only got the normal metre wide wadding, but you need 2 metre width because you haven't got the extra wide. This is where you can stick it together, and it has been specially developed by Bosel, who are the wadding foam interfacing experts, as we know, that you use it with that because it needs this width in order to keep the stability. When you've got the 2 pieces of wadding, you need that 4 centimetre width. And it's also extremely thin and lightweight. So, and the beauty behind that, someone says, do you need to use it on both sides? You don't. You can just use it on one side, because the reason for that is that when you then quilt through, that stabilises the layers together. If you think, I really do want it to be more stable, depending on what you're using it for, then yes, do put it on both sides. I use it just on one side. But if you think about, once you've put your wadding into your quilt or cushion cover, whatever you do, you will be quilting it through it, so that will also be holding it together. If you feel you want extra stability, or if you've got a particularly high loft wadding, then put it on both sides. But it's very thin, it's very lightweight, so it's not actually going to add any extra weight to your wadding or your quilt, so you won't see an extra bump. But the whole point is, I think when we used to join wadding, used to think, well, I'll overlap it. Because the old-fashioned way of doing it is using a herringbone stitch. So you would do a small stitch on one side, diagonal stitch to the other, go back on yourself and do a herringbone stitch. But that can come apart slightly. And also, if you overlap, you get bulk. So this is the answer. This is the answer to save yourself some money, and we're going to save you £2 while you save yourself some money as well. 9 metres on this roll, so there's a lot there. So if you're making a quilt and you're joining 2 pieces, you'll only need, say, 2.5 metres of it, and you've got 9 metres there. But, you know, have a practice with it. See what wadding you're using. If you think it's not stable enough on one side, do put it on both sides. To be honest, I only ever put it on one side, and it works a treat. because it just means you don't have to discard all those small pieces. And sometimes you get all your wadding out and you realise you've got enough except for a little piece to go across the bottom. Well, this is where this comes in handy. So loads and loads of you got it on in baskets. It is a brilliant product. I do like a product when it's been designed specifically for one purpose, because then it's designed beautifully for that one purpose. Really good item to have in your stash. If you go onto the Bosal website, you can get more information about how to use it, and there'll be tutorials. There's always tutorials on YouTube, aren't there, for everything? So if you want to actually see it in action, Ben's going to just have a look at that for you. It looks a bit like that gauze, you know, that you use as bandages, but it isn't that, because it is sticky on the side. But it is very, very thin. I used to use, before this stuff was invented, I used to use that, you know, that low-tack tape that you get for bandages. Micropore, that's what it is. Message. Love your jacket. Did you make it, Rebecca? Well, Michelle. Funny you should say that. No, I didn't. But this is coming up at 11 o'clock, which is why I'm wearing it now. So let's have a look at the menu while we're talking about that. So 8 o'clock, that's now. Fabulous fabrics. Oh, we've got some lovely things today. Ben has put a beautiful group of fabrics together. We've got some cuddly fleece. We've got a bit of Makower. Makower's starting to filter in, which I'm very excited with. We have got some beautiful tone-on-tone fabric. We've got a few of the Tilda bundles left. We've got some Lewis and Irene, absolutely gorgeous, and some beautiful Art Nouveau as well. Bit of William Morris Contemporary from France. You'll enjoy that when we get to that one. That's 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, the lovely Adam is with us. Now, he is going to be demonstrating the Sussex Seamstress Framfield Dress. Now, we got Ben to model this earlier. Honestly, was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. In fact, I'll have to get, I took a photo of him. I'll have to get Ben to show you in a bit. But he looked beautiful in it. It's a gorgeous dress. Every time we put this pattern on air, it sells out. It's easy to wear. It has no fixings and zips or anything. It's beautiful. It just hangs beautifully straight. It's got pockets. It's got lovely sleeves. 3 times we've had it on air now. Every time it's sold up. It's easy to make, easy to wear, and extremely flattering. Beautiful dress. Then at 10 o'clock, I will be here with Amber Makes. It is the next instalment in Sewing School. So if you've been following Sewing School since February, every month we introduce a new technique to make an item that you will love. So this month we're going to do EPP. So whether you're a beginner to EPP and want to learn it, or you're an expert, know exactly what you want to do, this is going to make a super size. You know those, they're all in at the moment everywhere, these oversized totes that you can put everything in, whether you go into a workshop. Oh, Ben's bringing them in for me. There we go. So there are 2 of them. Two, there is the Portuguese Tile oversized tote. So this is all EPP. So if you're going to a workshop or you're going to a stitching fair, get all your shopping in there. If you're going to the beach, it's all in there. Love that. And then this is our new design, which Amy has excelled. It's called the Sewing Bee. Because look at the little bee. The bee is, he's riding a needle like a broomstick. He's holding it in his little hands. The little sewing bee. I've been looking everywhere for a cute sewing bee and couldn't find one. So Amy has drawn one specially for this. So this is the sewing bee design. Now this is also going to be available in fatter quarters and charm squares as well. So if you want to learn EPP and you want to make this amazing oversized tote, because you can get absolutely everything. It's even got pockets as well in Sewing Bee or Portuguese Tiles. That will be on at 10 o'clock. Now, at 11 o'clock, this is the jacket. So this is the Mayfield jacket from Sussex Seamstress, which I am modelling here. Now, you know my passion, I'm always whittering on about patchwork jackets. This is a brilliant pattern if you want to make a patchwork jacket. It is bound. It can be fully reversible, like this one, or you can make it with facings. It doesn't have any zips or closures. You could put like a little toggle or a magnetic clasp. You can wear it, hang on, let's just move our microphone. You can wear it just open like this. Lovely sleeves, which I've rolled mine up because my arms are short. I quite like that because if you've made it reversible, you get the other bit on the side. You can put wadding in it if it's patchwork, but this one doesn't have wadding. You can quilt it. This one's got all those sort of shashko lines. Isn't it gorgeous? The pattern is fabulous. Now, the pattern is available on pre-order now because I know that you're going to want it. The patchwork jacket is all over the place at the moment. Even if you don't want to do patchwork and you just have got some beautiful fabric you love, what an easy make. And it's really easy to wear. And you see, I haven't actually put a clasp on this one. I've just got it over, and it sits really nicely. It's just below, on me, just below waist length. But obviously, you can adapt it. Later in the show, I'll come out so you can see. But it has a nice sort of V front because it cross over. It has a nice V front. It's a very flattering jacket. Isn't it gorgeous? That's at 11 o'clock. But do get ahead because whenever we have Sussex Seamstress patterns, they fly out. It is available on pre-order. Then at 12 o'clock, because it's Monday, it's Doughnut o'clock. Stitch and Story, Emma Simpson's coming in to demonstrate. We've got all sorts, but including these are beautiful Doughnut cushions. We've got them in white, pink, yellow. How about this one? The pretzel. Who doesn't need a pretzel cushion? But we have also got beautiful rainbow cushions. There is a Doughnut blanket. There's a gorgeous scarf. We've got the, look at the Doughnut blanket. Isn't that amazing? Really want that. It's gorgeous. It's covered in hundreds and thousands sprinkles. And beautiful rainbow cushion and a scarf as well. So Emma will be in to demonstrate that. So these are just, it's nice for knitting, isn't it, to make garments, but I do think it's lovely to make homewares because they're so squishy. I love the pretzel. Put the pretzel back on the shelf. And the Doughnut is available in all of these different colours. And the kits are complete. They have everything that you need to complete these. And they are so squishy, so squishy. So that's 12 o'clock. Right, let's crack on with fabric. Right, we're going to start with fleece. I love these foxy fleeces. Now, these are normally reserved exclusively for kits, but somehow Ben has managed to fox them away. I was going to say squirrel them away, foxy them away. Aren't they gorgeous? So, look at this. Look how cute. They're called sleeping foxes. Now, wouldn't this look nice in this jacket? Sleeping fox jacket. It's fleece. Beautiful. Very sadly, autumn is on this way. To be fair, if the summer carries on like it is, we'll just go straight from spring to autumn. So this is fleece. It's lovely. It's really super soft. Navy with little white spots all over and these gorgeous sleeping foxes. It's ridiculous, that price. $2.99. And it's wide as well. Is it? I think it must be 150 centimetres. Is it 150 centimetres? Bet it is. Ben's just checking. It feels like 150 centimetres. Now, obviously, if you buy more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. This is just ½ metre here. But aren't they gorgeous? And I can tell you, it's really, really soft. So whether you're making a jacket or a cushion or a blanket, or you want to use it for the back of a snuggly quilt, or you're making little coats. I mean, it's equally as good for children as for adults. Who doesn't love a fox? Loads of this in baskets, $2.99. It is worth getting some because I know a lot of you use fleece on the back of your quilts, picnic blankets, that sort of thing. Means you don't have to quilt it. This is ideal. But I think this jacket would look fabulous in that. Even if you wanted to use it to line something. Oh, I did it the wrong way around. I realise it's bright on this side. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really nice. And at $2.99, that's an amazing price. Wouldn't it look lovely as a little backpack? I love a fleece backpack. Really nice. Or it'd look nice if you just had a cushion on the bed or made a book cushion from it or a pyjama case. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Pet beds would be nice because it's lovely. Or, you know, just a... If you bought a 1.5 meters, then it would be square. All you need to do is hem the edge, or bind the edge. I mean, it doesn't fray, you'll just get a nicer finish. You could even, with this one, bind the edge in an orange cotton. You've got an instant blanket. Beautiful, isn't it? I mean, isn't that lovely? You know, I think, like, be lovely for particularly for a child, or if you've got a new baby coming, why not make a blanket, the sort of thing that you can put on the floor for the baby to play on, or you could just wrap round them in the pushchair. £2.99, absolute bargain. Now, we do have it in another colourway. So if you want it in the cream, now I would say this was more, in this colour, I would say it's more of a, like a natural linen colour rather than cream. It's a deep cream, more of a beigey cream, neutral. Or biscuit. It's the colour of a custard cream. Maybe a little bit darker, maybe more of a rich tea. Yeah, a little bit darker. Levi's laughing now. We've got Levi back, by the way. Got Levi back. Can you believe that? We lost Levi. He went over to the other side, but we've got him back again, which is a joy. We're so pleased to have him back. Took us months of persuasion to get him back. What colour biscuit do you think that is then, Levi? What colour biscuit? A rich tea? Shortbread. A shortbread, yes. Yeah, a shortbread. That's lovely, isn't it? So you could buy a bit of each. They actually look quite nice together, don't they? £2.99. Can't believe that. Right, check out on that. Loads of you got it in baskets. Don't forget, if you buy more than a ½ metre, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. Moo! You have to make the sounds. I don't know. No, I do know what sound a fox makes, but it's more like a screaming sound. It's so loud, aren't they? In Bath, I live by the university, where obviously we have lots of students screaming all the time. And sometimes I think they're being murdered, and then I realise it's the foxes in the woods, because they do sound like people screaming, don't they? Anyway, I'm not making that sound, but I can do cow. This is the cow fleece. Isn't that lovely? Really like that. Again, brilliant for blankets, lovely for the back of quilts. It's quite wide, so you could make a blanket to go across the end of the bed. Again, this would make a lovely, like a really big tote, or I would make a little mini rucksack with it. But it'd be quite nice just as a simple tote, wouldn't it? Beautiful. Or you could make a whole onesie in it, couldn't you? Perfect for cow fancy dress parties. I think it's lovely. I think it's very realistic, because the spots are very irregular, and you've got big ones and small ones, and the whole animal print thing, particularly the cows, are always really popular, aren't they? Again, £2.99. It's beautiful. Isn't that glorious? Do get that checked out. £2.99. Cheetah. I have no idea what sound a cheetah makes. Please do message in. Do you think they just go, do you think? Do they just sort of generally growl like lions? I have absolutely no idea what sound they make. But this is a cheetah. Again, £2.99. Now, this is definitely a bag, isn't it? Because the whole animal print is still really in with bags, particularly, you know, just like a little handbag. Maybe a mini tote would be nice. But because it's in fleece as well, it's so warm and cuddly. It gives it, at £2.99, it gives it a real opulence, which £2.99 doesn't really go with, doesn't it? But I think that's lovely, and it's a really warm colour. The background of this is a much darker biscuit, but it's really warm, isn't it? But that would make the most beautiful backpack, I think. You see that in a top designer store, wouldn't you? Particularly if you put on like the straps and the handles in the sort of the leather or the faux leather, and put some nice hardware on it. You know, if you put some bronze or gold coloured buckles with it and little bag feet, it would look really expensive. And £2.99, you could make a whole bag. Now, if you make to sell, imagine your stall at the autumn fair. Morning all, I made a dog crate cover with the black and white fleece for Mandy. That's a good idea, because if you want to keep the light out rather than put an old sheet on, I think that's such a good idea, isn't it? Mm? Is there a fatter quarter in the Portuguese squares? Do you know what? I actually can't remember. I don't think there is. Got so confused. No, just in the B, but we have got... We did do. I'm going to have to check that. I will check that for you. We will check it for you in the break because we did do, so I just need to make sure it's there. I will check that for you. Right. Should we do Maurice Pillard now? Now, Maurice Pillard, he wouldn't have been called Maurice Pillard, he was French. And he is Art Nouveau. Now, he's a contemporary of William Morris, a bit younger than him, but they were alive at the same time. But while William Morris was doing his thing in Kelmscott Manor in England, doing all his designs, Maurice Pillard, isn't it Maurice Pillard Vinoy or something like that? Yes, Vinoy. Vinyl. He was doing all of that in France. So he was designing prints. There's a lot of very iconic prints by him. So it's very William Morris because it has that Art Nouveau feel, but with a little French twist, which is very nice. Now, we have put together a whole bundle. So when all the fabric came up, this was available just by the ½ metre. Ben went, this needs to be a bundle. So he made a bundle. Say £4.99, 5 metres in total. So I'm going to lay them side by side. We have also got them available by the ½ metre. But look at these. You can see it has that beautiful Art Nouveau feel to it. It's got that intensity of pattern and design, but with that little French influence. Isn't that gorgeous? Let's have a picture of Maurice Pillard. There he is. Oh, he's very serious, isn't he? Love his glasses. Do you think he copied me? He's got the same glasses on as me. Look, look. So we look quite similar. Do you think? I mean, and he is a contemporary of William Morris. I mean, he's a little bit younger, but they were alive at the same time. I mean, look at the colours in that. So, I mean, they would have taken their inspiration from similar movements in the world, that whole, the Art Nouveau feel for the naturalistic thing. But also there was, you know, the great political changes at the time with the birth of socialism, really, in France and England. And I think, I mean, William Morris was a famed socialist. And I think that movement, that's what they took the naturalist feel, but I think there was a sense of change in the world, and then that made the fabrics more modern and more adventurous, but whilst they had that nod to the past as well. It's a very interesting time, the 1800s. Because of that, there was a lot of change going on, and you always see that reflected, don't you? Whatever time of history we're in, if there's change, you see it reflected in art at the time. Look at that one. So whereas William was doing the strawberry thief and the hare, Maurice was doing the squirrel. See, look. Look, can you see that one? Look. Little red squirrel. Never see those anymore, do you? No, unless you're in Scotland. Because the grey, I think they bring the grey ones over to England because there were too many red ones. And then the grey ones all ate the red ones. Well, I don't know if they ate, but they'd all died out then. They fought them, and the red ones escaped to Scotland. Look at that. That's beautiful. So you can see that kind of the Art Nouveau design to it, but it does have a different take because of that French influence. So now you can buy the whole bundle, all 10 pieces, 5 metres in total, save £4.99. We're in single figures on this bundle now. Now, it's beautiful. I think it's ridiculous that they're £4.99 by ½ metre. Now, what's lovely about this bundle is they're all designed, they've got the same feel and tone to them. So you could use them all together, but you could pair them off as well. So if you look at this one and this one, you've got that same pink feel to them. They work beautifully together, don't they? I love the autumnal look of this one and that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Oh, you haven't taken the £4.99 off, Ben? He did do it in a hurry, to be fair. He did do that in a hurry. Save £4.99. I'm going to open them all out in a minute so you can see them. Right, where's your £4.99 saving? There we are, £44.91. Anyone who's checked out, don't worry, you will be charged the £44.91, so don't worry. At least Ben is honest. But they are just delicious, aren't they? I mean, when you look at some of them, can you imagine, like this one, for example, as a shirt? I mean, that is glorious, isn't it? Actually, Ben, I can see you in a shirt in this. So this is poplin, 100% cotton poplin. There's more in baskets than we started with. I mean, I think that's like a wallpaper, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Right, the bundle's about to sell out, so I'm going to go through it one by one. Well, let's start with this one since I had this one open. So we can't make any more bundles, so when they've gone, they've gone. But if you want them by the ½ metre, remember, if you buy them in the bundle, you will get ½ metre of each. 1/2 metre will be free. But if you want more, then if you buy them by the ½ metre, you will be sent it as a whole cut piece. I mean, I think that is absolutely gorgeous. It's got a I mean, it's ridiculous. It's 100% cotton poplin, digitally printed in the UK, designed exclusively in the UK. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? I love that. By Maurice Pilar Venoy. I love that. I mean, it's a shirt. So if you want more than ½ metre, put that number of units in your basket. It will be sent as a whole cut piece. £4.99 for this. It is gorgeous. Oh, let's go squirrels next because I love the squirrels. Look at that. What I love about this is where it is quite, this is where you see the difference between William and Maurice. William and Maurice. Maurice. I love this blue. It really lifts it, doesn't it? There is a different influence here. This beautiful blue. It is very bold, isn't it? I mean, aren't those squirrels gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. He's a lovely squirrel. Let's go for this one next. This is gorgeous. Now this is a must be. Well, the leaves look just like dandelions. Doesn't it? The leaves look just like dandelions. Let me bring it into the dandelion percale. That is beautiful, isn't it? Again, remember, it's quilting weight cotton, but it would work beautifully for dressmaking. I love this. Beautiful. Be interesting, actually, who would win if you had Maurice William design off. There is so much detail in this, isn't there? And I love that blue, that really bright blue pop there. Gorgeous. Let me go. This one's got a lovely green, olivey, sagey green background. Jellyfish. They're not really jellyfish. They look a bit like jellyfish. Thistles. Perhaps if I turn it the right way around, it then becomes a thistle. Gorgeous. Again, you've got that lovely mauve colourway. Each of his designs has a real pop of colour in it, doesn't it? Beautiful. This one here, I love the turquoises and aquas in that. It's called Sweet Chestnut. So you've got that lovely yellowy background, which actually blends really nicely with this one. And then you've got the Sweet Chestnut leaves, but in beautiful shades of aquas. The mega bundle is now sold out, so the only way you can get these fabrics is by buying them by the ½ metre. I think I'm a bit of a Maurice Pilar convert, I have to say. These are gorgeous. I'm like, why have we not seen him before? Why do we not know about this man? His designs are gorgeous, very intricate. You know, for the time, how you think how intricate these designs are. Gorgeous. I think we need to be Maurice Pillard's shouter. Yes. We could, maybe there is a Maurice Pillard Appreciation Society. I think his fabrics are gorgeous. And isn't that lovely? Would that not pair beautifully with the sweet chestnut one? Because those aquas are picked up in the background here. I mean, those two together. You imagine a blouse. I'd have the front and back in that and the sleeves in that. Look amazing, wouldn't they? Now, I love this one. What are these called? Are they nasturtiums? I'm not very good at flowers, to be fair, but I think they are. What are they called? But again, you see, you've got that brilliant pink, and then the pop of that blue against the orangey, yellowy background really stands out. What are they called? It's gone. That one's gone. How about this one? Love the blue background. It's a real chambray blue, chambray denim-y blue. Lilac Pacale. Message. Ooh, the dandelion print would look great as the jacket you're wearing. It would. It would. Should we just do a quick? Oh, wouldn't it? Or lining. Wouldn't it look amazing as lining? In fact, because it's reversible, you could use 2.5 meters makes the jacket. Is that for the front and the back? We'll find out. Isn't that lovely? You could have that for the inside and the out. Love that one. Then we've got another one that's pinky red. Now, what is the poppy? This must be a poppy. This is very geometric and regimented, isn't it? It's in very, very straight lines. But within those straight lines of the poppies, you've got beautiful curves and swirls. It's very designer, isn't it? I think that would make a nice shirt as well. And then the final one, very gentle, this one. It's got a beautiful ivory background. And again, all very lines, but within that you've got lots of curves. Buttercups, but you can see it's Art Nouveau, isn't it? It's not your normal buttercup, it's an Art Nouveau. So the mega bundle is sold out, and the Foxy Fleece fabrics have sold out as well. Those are gorgeous. Right, let's bring back Maurice for another time. Right, should we do the Makower ones now? Really quick, we've only got 4 of them, but they are gorgeous. I love Makower fabrics. We're just starting to stock them, and I think they are beautiful. I've got 4 different fabrics. They're all available by the half metre. Let me start with this one. This is very, very iconic Makower. Aren't they gorgeous? Now, what I love about Makower is they are beautiful designs. Makower's a UK company, and there's 1/2 metre of this one left. They are so ridiculously popular. I love that one. But look at the price for Makower. £6.99 for 1/2 metre, and it is beautiful fabric. It really is. I think it is gorgeous. They are geniuses at design. All of them? Right, we are low in stock of the rest of them. Look at this one. Lovely sort of denim coloured background. Look at the little rabbits. Rabbits and foliage. It's called Foxwood Bunnies. Isn't that gorgeous? I love that. It's a bit Wedgwood, isn't it? Although the blue is a little bit darker than a Wedgwood, but it has that, the blue and white feel to it. Beautiful. Love that one. And then we also have this in 2 other colours as well. So this is the blue one. We've also got it in grey. Love that. See, the Makower fabrics always have a lot of detail in them, but they're always very attractive. They always, whenever you look at them, the way that they're designed, they're just beautiful. There's so much detail, but they are beautiful as well. So that's the grey one, silver grey, and then we also have it in, is it called cream? It's a very deep cream if it is. Cream, but it's a very deep, neutral cream. Now I'm thinking, you know, when you want to do neutral nursery, that's nice, isn't it? 2 half square triangles. And doesn't the grey work nicely with the blue? And doesn't the cream look nice with the blue? See, they look lovely, all those 3 together, don't they? Only £6.99 for half a metre. If you multi-buy, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. Beautiful fabric. Right, let's do Lewis and Irene next. Morning, lovely, late to the party. Dog walking, love your jacket. Did you make it or where did you get it? Patricia, I wish I did own it. This is Sussex Seamstress Jacket. It will be on at 11 o'clock with Adam. How is that gorgeous? How gorgeous is that? There's no fixings on it. Nearly half of the stock of the pattern has already gone. It's the absolute perfect jacket if you want to make a reversible patchwork jacket. You can use just normal fabric. This one isn't even quilted. It's got a bit of shashko on it. You could patchwork the inside and the out. The pattern also comes with facings if you don't want to do the bound edge. There's lots of different choices. It will be on at 11, but I saw it this morning and thought, oh, I'll have that. Because what's nice, I mean, I would put a little clasp on mine, but I've just laid it there without, and it really stays. And I think because you can use whatever you want for the binding, you can pick out something from the design. Oh, it's banging my mic. Gorgeous. Oh, yes, I moved it, didn't I? I remembered why it's doing that, because I wanted to show you how it worked. Isn't it lovely? Well, thank you very much. I'd like to say I made it, but I didn't. I just borrowed it this morning. Right, Lewis and Irene, Bahia. I'm not very good at pronouncing that. Is it Bahia? It's like, so it's sort of Brazilian festival rainforest. Is this? It is, so it's, I don't know, Bahia. Anyway, it's all about Brazilian rainforests and carnivals. Now, this is a bundle, £103.87, 7 metres, but we're giving you half a metre free. This is only the second time we've seen it. John launched it. We are on single figures for this bundle, and it's the only way you can get the fabric. We don't have it available by the half metre. We only have it in this bundle. So let me show you. Look at the colours. We've got pinks and purples and greens. We've got beautiful ocean blues and jades. So those 3 prints, same print, 3 colourways. Now there's half a metre of each of these, and obviously you're getting a half a metre for free. These are beautiful. Look at the pink. So, you know, you could use the whole bundle together, or you could mix and match the fabrics. I'm trying to find the same. That's that print there. Look at that one in that colourway. That's beautiful, isn't it? Deep, deep turquoise. And then you've got that gorgeous green. I mean, those 3 together look lovely. Or you could match the pinks and match the blues. Got loads of these in baskets. Look at this one. This one is worthy of being opened. Look at that one. It's got cheetahs or some animal with spots on all over it. I mean, that's very Brazilian, isn't it? It is sort of festival mixed with the rainforest. And I love that green background on it. Gorgeous. More in baskets than we've got left. I haven't even been through them all. These are beautiful, aren't they? So there we've got those 3. So we've got those 3 animal prints in the green, the navy and the white. We've got that beautiful print. That's got parrots all over it. It's very clever, this print. It looks like a geometric print, but it's actually parrots. That one's very festivally, isn't it? Then we have this beautiful large floral print that's very jungle. And we've got that in navy and in white. And then look at these. This is a bit donut, isn't it? So we've got sprinkles. So this is your festival. This is like confetti sprinkles. In navy, in aqua, and in white. So what a beautiful collection. So if I put them together in colours, because then you can sort of see, right, well, I'd love the bundle, but I want to do several things with it. So there's the greens. And then we've got the pinks. And then we've got the aquas. Put that one. And then we've got the whites. But all together, Right, we've got 4 of these left. Look at that. So we're going through from the rich navy into that beautiful tropical green, into bright festival pink, and then we go into that glorious aqua. In fact, the parrots stand out even better in that one. And isn't that great that you've got that green coming through in here, which is mirrored in the green here, and the green is in there and there. So all of the fabrics tied together. And then you've got this gorgeous, you can imagine this festival going through the centre of Brazil with all of this confetti falling out of the sky. And the beautiful large animal print. And then you've got the one with the cheetahs on, and then more confetti. I think that just brings joy and colour and real interest, where you can use the whole thing. Imagine making one quilt from that. Just be fun, wouldn't it? Now, it's available on split pay because it's £103.87. If you want to split the cost, split pay is fantastic because it's interest free. You pay in 2 equal instalments, pay one instalment now of £51.93. We send it to you, and then you pay the second instalment next month. It's just a way of you spreading the cost. So this is Ben's favourite ever Lewis and Irene collection. I think it is stunning because sometimes you want to put colour in, you want to have that joy of the, you know, the green and the aqua and the pink, but not really sure how to do it yourself. But Lewis and Irene have done that for you. And now Ben has made a complimentary fabric bundle. So let's see whether Ben's done a good job or not, shall we? Votes, please. Do you think Ben's complimentary fabric bundle works? Marks out of 10. So we'll start with navy. Yep, that was a good one, Ben, because there is navy in this. Then we've gone with green. Yeah, look, see? Yep, that's lovely. Because I'm going to go in order. Then we've got pink. Yes, because look at the pink. See, that pulls out. See the darker pink in here? That pulls out that darker pink. And if you look at this one, that pulls out that pink. So, yes, you can have that one, Ben. There's another, he's put another pink. Obviously, if any of them aren't any good, we will tell him. That pulls out the paler pink that's in the parrots. See, and in there. See the paler pink there? Look. Then I moved on to the, actually I'm going to put this one in next because this blue, can you see, pulls out that royal blue of here. So I'm going to put him next in line. Then because I went aqua next, look, because if I put it with those, can you see? It really pulls out the aqua that's in there. Then we've got orange. Now, orange is great because the orange features in most of these fabrics. There's orange in here. If we go through to here, there's some orange. In this one, there's orange. And in this colourful one here, there's orange. So orange pulls all that together. And then an ivory, because we have that in these. Now, the great thing about buying the complimentary bundle is only £26.43, 4 metres. You're getting ½ metre for free. It makes this bundle go further. So, if you thought, well, I don't want to make a whole quilt, but I'd like to make some bags or cushions, you could use these for the fronts, for the backs instead. Or, to be honest, if you just love this colourway, you love that bright joyfulness, but you just want the plains, then get those. If you wanted to make this go further and maybe do something like where you have a plain background, you know when you're doing like log cabin and half square triangles, you could use these. I'm shifting over. You could use these for the background, couldn't you? So if you were going to, I mean, for example, if you picked up these two fabrics, I mean, they would look beautiful together, wouldn't they? Isn't that lovely? That is gorgeous, isn't it? Because it really pulls those two colours. And how about if we did this one? Now, this is a really good way, if you want to see where the fabrics go together, is place them like this. And if you do it with a triangle, it's quite a good way of seeing if they go together. I mean, that is stunning, isn't it? And I would even pick up this navy and maybe team it with this turquoise. Like that. You know, all of a sudden, if you get this complimentary bundle, this is all now going a lot further, isn't it? They look gorgeous together. And it works with, these fabrics are working beautifully with lots of them. If we pick out, I mean, because navy and orange are just a classic, aren't they? Look at that. I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it? Ben's actually impressed himself. That is lovely. I mean, wouldn't that look nice as my jacket? Very important message. Beautifully matched as always, Ben. The fabrics are lovely from Sue. There we go. Ben gets a vote. Ben gets a vote. As always, yeah, Ben's very pleased with the as always, Ben. I think he has matched them beautifully because it's very hard, even though you've got the website, it's very hard to see what goes with what. But when you look at them like this, but yeah, that to me is this jacket, isn't it? I'd have this one as the outside. In fact, I could have this as the outside and I would bind it in this. So this beautiful binding on my jacket, how lovely would that be? In fact, you need these two bundles because let's have a little thing. We could be making a patchwork jacket. What you could do is take all of the blues, so you've got the navies and the aquas for the outside of the jacket. And then you could put, so that on days when you want to be blue, and then if you, on the days when you want to be green and pink or white, you could have that on the inside. And then you could bind it in orange. Would look amazing, wouldn't it? There we go. Yeah, Ben's now going to make his jacket. So all you need is the pattern, these two bundles, and in fact, you've got more than one jacket there. Glorious. Maybe a sewing machine would be handy, but I'm sure you've got one of those. Right, let's go. Now with all that riot of colour and madness, now I've mixed up all the fabric piles. Put them, so there you are, Levi. Lucky Levi. Levi's got on his way back to hobby maker. Now I've mixed up all the bundles. How about a bit of tone on tone? Let's go calm and quiet and sedate. So rather than using a plain white or a plain ivory or plain cream, go tone on tone because it's more fun. This one is KEYV 47. Now, if I open it up, you will see it doesn't show very well when it's all tied up. Look at that. So this is a beautiful ivory background printed with white on top. So instead of using just a plain, use this. Now, if you're using a really super bright fabric and you want a bit of plain for the background, use that instead because it gives texture and 3D-ness. And these are only £4.99. So this is Floral Vines white on tea because it's a bit beigeier, neutralier. Very good for weddings. XIYV 26. Make a lovely wedding dress, this would. And very inexpensive as well. You could splash out on the pattern or a dressmaker even and just buy this fabric. £4.99. I think that's beautiful. It would look lovely if you are a clean person as a pair of like long loose trousers, wouldn't it? I mean, I'd drop my tea down them in seconds, be sat up in bed in the morning having a cup of tea and that'd be it. Be nice for a little summer nightie, wouldn't it? But as I say, if you are using whites, creams, neutrals in designs, try and go for something like this with a tone on tone because it just gives it more texture. Then we have, I think that's all the T's. Then we have OSYV 68. This is a tiny print. This is all leaves. Again, I'll open it up because you can see it. Now, it's got a nice stiffness to it, this fabric. What is this one? Oh, this is that one. So this is what leaves white on tea. So So these last three have got, well, they call it tea because it's a bit darker than the other backgrounds. It's a very milky tea, I have to say. This is more your Earl Grey. It's definitely not Builders. But isn't that lovely? And I tell you what would look lovely is if you bought a bit of all of them. I've seen a lot of glorious log cabin where they do all white one side and then a colour the other. But they use different prints of the whites on whites because they actually look, if I put three of them together, they actually look a little bit different. So when you do strips of log cabin, you get a slight change in colour, almost imperceptible, but you can see it and it makes log cabin look beautiful. In fact, if you've ever seen log cabin done completely in white, it's amazing, but particularly with those tones. Now these next ones are white on white, I think. PSYV 83. Oh, let me turn it over. So this is Flora Fauna white on white. Well, I can't see any animals. Can you see any animals in there? Oh. Beautiful. So you could mix them with these. So I've got three now that are white on white. So we've got three that are white on tea and three that are white on white. I'll show you them all together in a moment. This one is IT YV27. There we go. That's lovely. So that's leaves, white on white. And then the final one, OHYV93, is, you have to open them up. For you to be able to see them, I've got to open them up because then you can really see the print. Oh, that's very pretty. That one is floral dots, white on white. I'm very tempted with these. Wouldn't they look lovely if you had some greys to do grey and white together? Absolutely gorgeous. No dogs on the bed with this quilt. Not with this quilt. Dogs definitely not on the bed. Or cats. But you see, so now I just wanted you to see the difference. These three are the white on white. And then these three are the tea, the white on tea. So you can see it's just a little bit darker. Nice group of white fabrics to have in your stash though. Look, aren't they lovely together? Beautiful. I love that. But, you know, because they're available by the ½ metre, nice bed linen as well. If you made some pillowcases in those, they're very crisp. And actually, they would look lovely as napkins. ½ metre will make 2 napkins. They're quite nice and crisp. You could just hem them or you could bind them in a colour. But if you cut 2 squares and hem them or bind them, then you will get from ½ metre, you'll get 2 napkins. But thinking ahead, get your Christmas napkins ready. And in fact, if you choose these and you don't bind them with a colour, they can be used for any time of the year, but bound with a dark red, how nice would they look? Or a different binding for every member of the family. Nice gift, that is. Right, we've got 2 Tilda bundles. Now, these are gorgeous. So we've got the summer and the autumn. So Stuart launched this new Tilda range week before last, or even the week before that, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Now, these are gorgeous. 8 metres of Tilda fabric, get a metre free, save £16.98. So we're going to save that money now. This beautiful, now this is all the summer colours and prints, reduced to 118.86. Now look at them. So they are all Tilda. Now, just to let you know, warning, we are on single figures for these. These are gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful Tilda fabrics. The summer collection. 8 metres, so you've got 16 ½ metres, and we are giving you 2 of these for free. So you get a whole metre. Beautiful. So you've got the prints, and then you have these beautiful blenders that go with them. There's a stripe and a gingham and a little spot and a larger spot and a narrow stripe. Beautiful check and that stripe. Now, isn't that the most beautiful Tilda collection? That is a quilt in the making, isn't it? Again, if you make to sell, Tilda is always popular. You could keep it really simple. Maybe you've offered to do the summer fete this year or the autumn fair. Make yourself just loads of tote bags. 1/2 metre is 1 tote bag front and back. Isn't that gorgeous? £118.86. We are very, very low on stock. We've just bought them today for you because this is the last of our stock. So that's the summer one. And then I'm going to do the autumn one. This is my favourite one. And I think it's just because autumn are my colours. If I was a colour, if I was a season, I would be autumn. I love this one. So again, 8 metres, get 1 metre for free. The colours in here are ginger, hazelnut, mustard. You've got beautiful blues, autumnal blues. Look at these colours. They work together beautifully. A little splash of aqua in there. We've got leaves. I love the roses in it. Tiny, tiny Tilda prints. But look how beautiful this whole autumn collection goes together. Love the orange stripe. Aren't they beautiful? And isn't it lovely? You've got that blue that's in here. So there's really brought out. The spot, I think, works really well. I love a spot and a floral together. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Again, 8 metres, so you've got 16.5 metres of fabric. We're giving you 1 metre for free, so you're saving £16.98, £118.86, and on 2-way split pay, you can pay in 2 instalments, interest-free. £59.43, so you pay £59.43 today, and then we will send you the whole bundle. Wow. So we're going to have well done for all of you. Right, before, just to let you know, we only have one. This beautiful Lewis and Irene bundle left. Is it yours? If it's in your basket, over the half of stock of Ben's complimentary bundle has gone. And he made quite a lot of these. So if you've got this one in your basket, you need to check out because this is the last one. It's about to fly. Anyway, after the break, we are going to make the glorious Framfield dress. Well, not when I say we, I say Adam. What we're going to concentrate on is the pocket. Because we all think, don't we? Well, I do. Dresses should have pockets. Every dress should have a pocket. We are going to focus on the pocket. So I've said to Adam, let's do pocket masterclass. We might move on to sleeves as well, but we'll be focusing on a pocket. It's very, very important. You might learn then how to put one in your own dress. Pattern's always already available, already flying out. I'll see you back here in a few minutes. Check out the pattern and we'll see Adam in a couple of minutes' time.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking about the pattern and the fabric. Sorry. Welcome back to Sewing Street. I was staring at Adam, to be fair.
Morning.
Morning, Adam. Oh, sorry. Yes, please do join in. yeah, where have you? I'm sure I've seen you on telly before somewhere.
I'm sure I've seen you.
Yeah,
are you the Rebecca?
No, that's the other one. That's the other one. Anyway, look, this show is all about this pattern, which is a gorgeous dress, the Framfield. Why do we love the Framfield then, Adam?
Because it's got pockets.
Yes, it's got pockets. It's such a popular dress. This is the third time we've had it. Sells out every time.
I can understand why. Why? It's easy to make.
That's a relief.
Yeah.
Okay.
The pockets we're going to go through first and tackle them because
Yes.
I think that they're a handy addition to any dress or garment. And do you know what? It's easy to wear as well.
Well, it's loose, isn't it?
Yeah,
I like a loose dress.
But not just loose as in there's fabric there. Like there's a lovely design in the fact that it's got some lovely pleats in the front and the back, which gives it that ease in the fabric.
It's not sort of like too loose, is it? But I think because
no.
it doesn't have zips and fittings, but it just hangs nicely. But the way that it's been designed, it hangs in the right places, so it sits just below the bust with the lovely pleats on it. It's an extremely flattering dress. And actually, if you go on... Here comes Ben with my dress. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
Oh, you clash badly with that dress. You're wearing the wrong colour T-shirt.
No.
Doesn't he clash really bad? Is this your new friend? That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Isn't it fab? It's lovely.
It's beautiful.
The
So
dress is nice as well.
if you, I know that I often see on Jane's Instagram, there's lots of pictures of people who've worn them. I saw somebody who'd made one. I think it was in a black and white gingham. That was really
Oh, that'd be nice, yeah.
So it's got a nice length sleeve. It's sort of just above elbow, I think, that kind of length.
Yeah, and it's slightly dropped, which is brilliant because it gives that more relaxed fit.
Right.
But
Oh,
also
I
it makes the sleeve so easy to put in.
Yeah, so the sleeve actually starts here.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
not a set-in sleeve, it's put in flat.
And then the waistline is just sort of almost, well, it's not a waistline, it's like empire line, isn't it? Is that empire line below the bust?
Yeah, I suppose Empire, I would
Is that a
say
bit
just
higher?
a little bit higher.
Oh, okay. Yeah, is that more like Regent?
Yeah.
Kind of the Regency, Bridgerton.
Oh, I love Bridgerton. Don't get me started on that.
I know, I absolutely love it. I can't believe I've finished watching it now.
I know.
I had to have a little break after episode 4, it was a bit much.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know exactly what you
You
mean.
know what I mean? So it's a little bit lower than that, but I think that is a very flattering place to split yourself.
It is.
isn't it?
If you're ever going to split yourself, do it there.
Because it's just above waist.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
when you've had a dinner or two, you know, it skims the dinner.
That's, I mean, the design is beautiful. It's still giving you that waist with that ease of wear. Those
Oh, now we've
pleats
got
are
a
lovely.
message. Lovely to see you this morning, Adam.
Morning.
Does this dress have bust darts? And if not, could they be added for us bigger busted ladies from Tracy?
It does have bust starts. They're not big bust starts. Of course, you could do some
I'm looking for
alterations
them.
if you need to do a full bust adjustment and you're au fait with that, then that would be possible. Yes, there are some darts in the side, which hopefully if I do get onto after we've shown you the pockets and
Okay.
stuff, I'll show you where those are.
And yes, they can be. But I think because it sits above, I prefer that because then if you've got a bit of a rounded tummy, which you should have,
Yes.
but you're not seeing room for your dinner,
Exactly.
it skims over that, doesn't it, with
It
these
does.
pleats. And then if we look, half of the stock is gone, just to let you know. Every time we have this pattern, it sells out. I just need to adjust it because its shoulders on its shoulders. It's got that nice back, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's got a lovely shape to it. In fact, I
Hang
think
on,
it
we've
might
got it
be
on wrong
the
way round. I think we've got a nice back.
Do you know what? But hang
Well,
on.
it's because I've moved the shoulders. They
Yeah.
were further down.
Yeah, so let's put it the right way. That's why we can't see the bust start.
Well, I was a little bit concerned about Adam's mention of bust darts because I actually couldn't find them. I was looking for them.
No, there's not.
There's none. Well, there are. We had
But that's interesting. Like,
They actually
because
look nice that way
actually,
round.
That neckline, you could maybe adapt it. Maybe it's another pattern for Jane to think, you know.
Yeah, but actually, I was about to say, until I looked at and I like the V at the back.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Nice.
Let's
There we
start
go.
again, everybody.
There you are. And you should see the bust starts now. at
I
the
think
front.
Ben, because Ben had this dress on this morning. I will show you the photo later.
Are we blaming
Really
Ben?
funny. And he had it on back to front.
There you go.
Oh, now I can see the bust darts. So it has a really nice V at the front, but you could adjust that if you wanted more of a rounded neck. So as you can see at the back, there is no zip.
No.
None of that business, just goes over the head.
I mean, it's easy.
I was looking for those darts thinking, Adam, I think you're talking about.
You're on to a different one. Who's off with it?
There we go. Now it makes more sense, doesn't it? I like the picture that we're showing you there. That's nice, isn't it? In the like neutral, like a beige gingham. Very nice.
That's nice. Yeah,
Gorgeous.
lovely.
So that's the pattern. Now, it's £15.50. It's available in sizes 8 to 30. Have you got the
I've got it open, yeah.
instructions? What's the bust size for that?
Okay, so size 8, it's in centimetres. 84 centimetres for the bust at a size 8, all the way up to 140 centimetres for a size
What's that
30.
in inches? What's 140 in
Oh gosh, let me get my tape measure.
I'm going to bring a
140
calculator up.
centimetres, about 55 inches.
Okay, so it's a really nice big size range.
Yep.
And you only need one pattern. One pattern does all of that.
Yep.
So you've got lots to decide. And it does have the obligatory pockets. Nice, deep pockets as well. So do check out on that because over half of the stock is gone. And every time we do it, it sells out. It's really flying as well since we put it the right way round.
Funny that.
I liked it the other way round because I quite like the sort of the round neck, so you could choose.
Yeah, I mean, if you're okay with pattern alterations and things, then...
Well, you can just use that neckline
Yeah.
on the front if you wanted to. Glorious. Right, let's have a look at fabric. Now, the fabric that you're going to be showing us how to make it in is this beautifully. That's gorgeous. So what sort of fabric does she recommend with this?
Let's have a look in the instructions. Make up in a light cotton or linen for sultry summer days, or go for
That'd
a
be
heavier
nice.
weight
Or
linen.
go abroad for a sultry summer day.
Yeah, well, you'd have to really at the
This year.
minute. Or heavier weight linen denim or wool mix for autumn winter.
Right, so it would be lovely for the summer with your little sandals, or
Yeah.
winter boots and woolly tights.
Absolutely.
Let me show you. How nice is that?
That's nice.
What do you think? That's lovely, isn't it? Really nice sort of deep linen, natural linen background with these watercolour type flowers. I mean, that could be summer or autumn, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think this could cross over this fabric quite easily.
And it's so soft.
It is, and
Soft
it's lovely to
drapey.
sew.
Now, $29.99, and is that enough for the biggest size?
Yeah, I think 3.5 metres is your size 22 to 30.
Wow.
Yes.
So $29.99, that is a very good price, because
Yeah.
more often than not, enough fabric for a whole dress, it is £60, isn't it?
It can be, yeah, heading towards that, yeah, depending on what fabric you're using.
$29.99. I love that fabric. So you've got 3.5 metres there. Then we've got it in pink. Nice dusky pink for this one. This is very pretty, this is. Not pastel pretty, more classy pretty.
That's a lovely colour, that.
What do you think of that one? That's lovely, isn't it? Obviously, it would have sleeves. I think it's just you get a better idea of what it looks like when it's actually on something, don't you?
I was about to say, it's a fantastic idea. Nobody's ever draped it over the mannequin before, and I think that just makes perfect sense. Lovely.
Right, so that's those two. Now, yeah, Levi's going, I'm going back to Hobby Maker.
He's not. We've got him back now.
I
and
know, but
staying.
he's just looked at that and thought, I've got to fold all that up now.
Oh,
How about this one? Now, this is a double gauze. I love a double gauze.
I love a double gauze.
Tell me about a double gauze.
It's 2 layers of fabric that are woven almost together.
I don't know how they do that. How do
I
they do
don't
that?
know the exact process, but it gives it this spongy kind of crinkled, lovely...
Cheeseclothy.
Yeah, a lot of people say, you know, it's like cheesecloth. It is similar.
But not see-through.
But not see-through, because you've got that double layer. It's almost like spongy and it's soft. It's
That's
not thick,
lovely,
thick.
isn't it?
That's really nice, really, really nice.
Really like that. So you've got a creamy colour background, obviously, because either way I've draped it, it's the wrong way round. It would hang down like that. But it's like a cheesecloth, but it's not see-through because it's got the double layer. But that's very pretty. That would work really well in this dress, wouldn't it?
It really, really would, yes. Really, really nice choice of fabric.
Okay. Then we have the same double gauze, but in a beautiful, very pretty. I imagine being on a cruise with this,
Yeah.
standing on deck as you leave
Yes.
Portsmouth
Yes.
for India.
Yes.
Well, it's just very clean and lovely, isn't it? These is kind of, I don't know what these leaves are, but they look a bit eucalyptus-y. What do you think?
It feels really fresh, that fabric.
Very
Really
fresh,
pretty
isn't
and
it?
fresh, and yeah, definitely summer choice, that one.
Beautiful, but it is sort of like pale aquas and greens, but a bit eucalyptus-y. And again, you've got that nice sort of crinkle effect, so it wouldn't crease, like that one. Then we have the double gauze in plains. Now, although these are in bundles, we were talking about this earlier, I'd want to combine these two. So we have it in a terracotta. Now, this is a delicious colour. It's very, very flattering, this colour, for lots of different skin tones because it's warm and it's rich. So if you've got very pale skin and pale hair, it warms up. But if you've got darker hair and darker skin, it's very complementary. I think the terracotta is a lovely colour. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, although it's a summer weight because it's a gauze, this would go beautifully through to autumn.
It would, that colour, yeah.
Glorious. We've also got it available in this blue, and this is where I would like to combine them. The blue is gorgeous. It is like a mid-coloured denim blue.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's a good description.
And I think if you're ever going to combine two colours, these two look amazing together. So I'd be thinking, even if it was only putting the sleeves in the blue. I mean, obviously we've got them as whole bundles, $33.49, but that is gorgeous, isn't it? So that's the terracotta. This one is the blue. But again, this blue is a very flattering shade of blue. It works beautifully with blonde hair, particularly if you've got blue eyes. It really pulls that out, doesn't it? But I think it also works well with other colourings because it's warm, it's rich. And when you have those sort of warm depth of colours, it's very flattering for the skin. Morning, lovelies. Is the double gauze difficult for a beginner to work with? Thanks, Sharon in Carmarthenshire.
It's not as stable, perhaps, as the cottons and the lawns and things that we've got, but it's easy enough to work with. I think for this project, for this dress, because it's a nice beginner pattern, then you'd be absolutely fine. Okay. It can just be a little bit spongy, so it's just making sure you do all your preparation, pinning.
So press it.
Yeah, but you don't want to lose that kind of wrinkled effect. You're only going to be pressing your seams, really, so they sit nice and flat.
Okay.
And sometimes, if you have got a walking foot on your machine, that can help with the sponginess of it. It's not overly spongy. It's not like doing a quilt, you know.
No, and it's not as difficult as... It doesn't have all that frayage that you'll get with some fabrics. No. But it's a very forgiving fabric because it drapes so beautifully.
It does.
So forgiving as in if you haven't sewn it 100% perfectly, because of the drape, things disappear just a little bit more.
That's it.
Last question. Have you seen these donuts? Oh, that's Ben's question. Have you seen the donuts on the telly?
Honestly, when I
brilliant, aren't they?
and spotted your donut.
And he can catch as well.
Look at those. They're amazing, honestly.
Who wouldn't want to knit a donut?
Are these on today?
They are 12 o'clock, yeah.
Fabulous. I can't wait to see that because I love a bit of knitting and crochet.
They're gorgeous. They'd look so cool on the sofa.
So soft as well. Oh, you know, I'd have one of these in my sewing room.
Yeah.
I just love that.
It'd be nice to quite sit on your sewing chair.
Yeah, I'm getting to that age. You know, when you've been sat sewing for ages, you're like, oh, it's like when you've been on a long car journey.
Actually, that would be very good for a car seat cushion, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. Do you know what would be really good as well? I'm going on a long flight later on in the year. It'd be good to have one of those neck pillows.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
I know it won't be round like...
You could just join it in the middle, for the donut middle.
How lovely is that? A donut.
I love that.
I like a donut.
Gorgeous. Yeah, they keep moving around the set. Don't forget, they're coming at 12. Anyway, where are we going to start, Adam?
We're going to do the pockets.
Right.
Because that's what we promised this morning.
We did. Pocket masterclass.
Yes. And there's there's 2 pockets, but 4 bits of sewing to do. So I've just started to pin, and we'll do this a couple of times so we can see what's happening. You've got your pocket bags, and on the pattern, I'll just show you the pattern so you can visualise it. This is what I love about Jane's patterns. It's so clear. Even on the pattern piece, look, pocket notch. That's for the top of your pocket, and it's just.
It makes it easy. It's clear, isn't it?
Some symbol and a notch, and it's like, or you know, she's gone to the length of saying, right, you know, I'm letting you know that's the pocket notch. You've got all your pleat notches up there. Now, don't worry about this. It might look a bit complicated, but once you find your size, and my suggestion would be to highlight your size, they're all your notches for your pleats.
Right, OK.
Well, we can come to those. Your pocket bags. If you've never done pockets before, it usually looks something like this pattern piece here. I kind of usually describe it a bit like an elephant's ear.
It is if you look at it. And the good thing about this is once you've got this pattern, you can then use that to put pockets in all your dresses.
That's it, exactly. And that's the great thing. And once you've used this technique, and we'll do a bit of understitching as well, you're going to have the most perfect pockets. The best thing is, because this pocket is understitched, and I'll show us, when Ben was trying the dress on this morning, he didn't even know it had got pockets in.
He didn't even know it had pockets.
Because we're doing it in the same fabric and we've understitched it, you know, they are invisible, but they are there, you know.
Yeah.
They are serving their purpose, they're useful, but they're, you know, not necessarily on show. So yeah, that's your elephant's ear or your pocket, and you want to make sure that it's going into the garment that way. So the elephant's ear is going downwards, because sometimes when people first start to put pockets in, they get a bit confused and then start to put it in the other way. You just got to think a little bit visually in the fact that you want the pocket to be going down.
But your hands will go.
That's it, where your hands will go, exactly that. So I've pinned this first one here, let me show you. Okay, so you've got your skirt pieces, which I've cut from the fabric. Just a little bit of a note on cutting, because this is a nice sort of fabric in this part, because we're going to pleat it at the top. You would need like a nice bit of a cutting space, if that makes sense. It is cut on the fold, but a nice cutting table, whether it's your dining table. I know some people cut on the floor, but just be careful when you're doing that with your back and whatnot.
Your carpet.
Yeah, don't be cutting through your carpet. Yes, so that's just a little note there. Right, so I've pinned it in place. So I've already marked my pocket notch at the top, and that's where the top of my pocket bag is sitting. And then I've just pinned it down the side here, all the way down. And can you see that's where your hand will go in? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, nice and clear. I'm on a standard stitch length of 2.4. And I'm going to back tack at beginning and end. The seam allowance is 1 centimetre. However, what Jane suggested here is that you sew between 5 and 8 millimetres at this point. And all that's going to do is just inset the pocket a little bit.
Right, okay.
Yeah? Okay, so I'm just sewing just under 1 centimetre for this.
Oh, I see. So it's not actually on the seam then?
No.
Got it.
So that's it. Okay, so we're going in, we'll back tack there. Okay, and then we're going, let's just slow that down a minute. I've just realised I've not put my foot pedal on, so I'm using the start and go button. That's all right.
Do you need a foot pedal?
I've got one in my case, my bag of tricks down here.
Oh, okay.
It's so funny now, because I get so used to using the knee lever on this machine when I'm at home, and then when I'm standing up sewing, I can't do that.
Wendy from Gloucestershire says, I've made this dress. It's great, smart and comfortable to wear. Thank you very much, Wendy. Honestly, it's all your recommendations that make a difference, because that's what we want to know. I mean, it looks really comfortable.
Yeah.
We have fewer than 20 left, these patterns. And we've got 50 in baskets. So if you are one of those 50, you need to get checked out on this. It is gorgeous. Let me know as well, what fabric are you going to make yours in? Do think about the colour block. You know, it's so designer. Even if you just make the sleeves in a different colour, it always looks cool.
I think that's such an, like you say, an easy way to achieve design in block
It
fabrics.
suddenly makes it look really special, doesn't it?
It does. Righto, so this bit now that I've sewn, you want to finish that off in some way, whether it's on an overlocker or whether you want to zigzag, overcast stitch, pinking shears.
Right.
All the above will work. Overlocking is probably the best and the most professional finish. It's going to last more washes and things doing it that way. Yeah, so you'd finish that bit off there. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the pocket bag and the seam allowance all to the outside of the dress. Do you see? The seam allowance is staying there and the pocket bag is being pressed out there as well. So let's just do that now. It's so important to press. I say it a lot when I come on Sewing Street. And somebody was actually asking me some advice on a garment they'd made. And it was fantastic, but it was, particularly in the bust starts and stuff, my piece of advice was press as you go along. Don't leave it till the end.
Right.
You must press as you go.
As soon as you do a seam, press.
As soon as you do a seam, press it. because that's the only thing that was, I don't want to say letting it down, because it was a fab dress that this person had made, but it would have just enhanced it.
Would have
that
been a little bit
more.
crisper.
Yeah, and all those seams would sit nice, and that's how you get that nice looking finish. Right, so I'm going to sew now. I'm going to be sewing through that seam allowance, so there's 2 layers of fabric there, and I'm also sewing through the pocket bag. Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm sewing on the inside of the pocket, if that makes sense.
Yes, yes. got
Right,
that.
and I'm just going to sew down the seam I've created about 1/8 of an inch from the seam there. I'm just going to run my foot along it, and I'm going to stitch down there. Now, you might think, well, why is he stitching that together? But it's this that's going to keep the pocket bag on the inside.
Right, so
If
it
you
stops it falling out.
Exactly. So if you think you're sewing the pocket so it stays inside, that might help you visually and
Yes,
in terms
okay.
of what we're doing here. All right. So I'm going to go in there. I'm just going to drop my foot down. You can back stitch at the beginning and end. I've got my foot pedal plugged in now, which is good. Okay. And then just back stitching and then just stitching through the seam allowance and the pocket bag. There we go. And then when I just come to the end, I back stitch again. And what that will do now is it doesn't want to come this way now because it's stitched to the seam allowance. It wants to sit.
Right, which is what
in
you
the
want.
right
You don't want
place.
to have to keep moving the pocket.
That's it, exactly. Another thing as well, I'm going to just give this a press again. We quite often say in dressmaking or any sewing really, once you stitch something, press it to set the stitches in.
Yeah,
If that makes
yeah.
sense, especially on top stitching and things like that. Okay, so that's as simple as that bit is. We're going to do the same now on the other side, but then on the other piece of the dress as well. So if I do this now on the corresponding piece, the back and the front are exactly the same. So if I do it on this side and I grab my pocket bag, just to show you again, I'll get my pocket bag here. So this is where you have to make sure you do cut a pair as well. So there we go. I've got, if I'm just checking there, that's right side to right side. So that's my pair. And you'll cut 4 of those in total. And then my notches here. So again, we're doing the same on the back of the dress now. So I'm just going to put some pins in here. Have my little magnetic pin dish. I love magnetic pin dishes.
I do. I have 3 of them.
Yeah. Do you I have one for my needles, one for my pins.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I used to have one for everything, and then I could never find the needle.
Oh, yeah,
when I
no, that's true.
needed it.
No, I do. I have 3 of them because
We
they
just move
for
it.
slightly different things. Some of them are better at picking up pins off the carpet.
Yeah.
Some of them are better for having by my machine.
This one's really strong, the one I've got. It
is
sticks
really-
to the ironing board and
It
everything.
is really strong.
Okay, so again, just under a centimetre sewing this, exactly the same as what we'd done previously. Back stitch at the beginning and end. And then along we go.
The pattern has sold out.
You're joking.
We did say
I'm not
I did
surprised,
say,
'cause
though,
it's...
this is the 3rd time and it sells out.
No, I'm not, because it's fun. Do you know what? Jane, just respect to Jane, honestly. I've sewn many of her patterns now. They're all always so nice to follow, nice to sew, and she just hits the nail on the head when
Well,
it comes
she
to the
designs
design.
things that people actually want. Actually, when I
Yeah.
saw her last, I said, can we do a pinafore? Can we do a pinafore? In fact, I sent her a
Yeah.
picture one day of
Yeah.
a pinafore I'd like.
Yeah, yeah.
So one day, she's going to design my pinafore I like. But she designs things that people actually want. You know,
Yeah.
we want something that's nice and loose, but
Yes.
doesn't look like a sack. You
And
know?
that's where she's...
And that is a skill, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Really. 'Cause-
And that's the thing, she's done it in the design by adding the details with the pleats.
Yes,
It's not
yeah.
just a load of I mean, you can do it with gathers, and a lot of Jane's dresses have lovely gathers in them as well, which are really nice. But I
it
like
needs
this
to-
one because it's got the pleats.
Well, it needs to be comfortable. It needs to be easy to wear, and she always nails it.
Yeah.
I mean, this jacket is gorgeous. Absolutely love this.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, this one actually belongs to Jane, so I can't actually steal it.
I know. I wish I could say I'd made that one, but honestly.
Well, I know. I've had a lot of messages this morning saying, did you make that? No. But just a warning, because this dress pattern is now sold out for Adam's 11 o'clock hour, which is the jacket that I'm wearing. We are getting dangerously low on these patterns. But it's a gorgeous dress. I'd make this over and over again as well.
Oh, yeah. Right then, so let's just talk about how this all joins together to make a pocket. Because I think if you've never done a pocket before, you might think you've got to construct the pocket bit first.
I love a pocket masterclass.
And we're not. Right, okay, so I've got, sorry, there's a lot of fabric here because obviously that gets taken in with the pleats. So you've got your pocket bag there, say that's the front, and then I've got the back here that I've just sewn the pocket bag to as well, matching the notches. And now what's going to happen, do you see? I'm going to put the front to the back.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm doing this out of order in terms of these instructions. There's other stages first with the bodice and everything, but I'm showing you this bit today. And then you match that up, and it should match perfectly. There's no reason why it shouldn't. If you've used your notches, and again, really important to take note of those, where Jane had written pocket bag on your pattern. And you're just going to start pinning this together. Okay, you can match up that bit there as well. Sometimes, here's a little bit of a tip. Sometimes when you've cut your fabric, or if you're working with a fabric that moves quite a bit and shifts, you can get a little bit of inaccuracy. My advice would be to be really accurate as you can when you're cutting. If you've got a fabric that's quite floaty, I mean, not that we would do this dress out of a chiffon, but anything like that, you'd want to, instead of cutting on the fold, make sure it's laid out and nice and flat and on some paper or something underneath to stabilise it as you're cutting it. But a little tip, just join up the main points. So my main points is going to be the top. That's got to match. Then where this pocket meets, do you see? So I started at the top, then I've put a pin there. Then I'm going to put a pin at the bottom because that should be matching as well, which it is doing.
Yeah, so the bottom, yeah, that's it.
I kind of find my main points, if that makes sense.
Yes, that does.
And then pin in between. And if you've been accurate anyway, that'll all match up fine. But if there's any discrepancies, not that there should be, but you can often rectify it with easing it in between. You shouldn't have to do that. But if it's only by a tiny little bit, so I tend to always pin that way. I find my main points first and then pin in between. Okay, so my pins are in there. I'm just pinning around the pocket bag now.
Right.
And then carry on down the side seam of the dress. And again, look, I'll put a pin there, but then I'll find the end here, because what you can do when you're pinning as well, without even realising it, you might end up stretching one side of the fabric out.
Okay.
If you're holding it too tightly in your hands. So just find those focal points, the top of the dress, the bottom of the dress, where the pocket bags meet. I tend to pin those first. And then I know then when I'm lying it nice and flat, see, it's all meeting up nicely. And that's why as well you should always pin. I remember when I first started sewing, I wouldn't pin, and a long seam like this, I'd just run to the sewing machine, and then I'd find that it'd move.
Yeah, yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? So what if you're doing a short length, but when you're doing long lengths, it starts shifting a bit.
Yes, that's it. And the reason for that is your sewing machine underneath has got the feed dog, so that's pulling the fabric through more than the top layer, only by a fraction, unless you've got a walking foot on, of course.
Yeah, which you don't, but the thing is with dressmaking, you don't tend to bother, do you?
No. Well, so I'm going to sew this down a centimetre now, seam allowance, all the way to the pocket bag, then around the pocket. How easy is this? You know when you break it down?
That's the thing, is that, well, having you here, it's like, you know, you're at a special class because you're breaking it down bit by bit. I feel like if you've got the pattern, once you've done this, you can then start putting pockets in your own clothes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to give you another tip as well.
Excellent, for free.
For free, yeah. I'm not going to charge you for this one.
Fabulous. Free tip.
I've not done it because I'm just used to eyeballing stuff and being pretty accurate with that.
Okay.
But when you get to this pocket bag, if you were to mark your seam allowance here, 1 centimetre, you'd know exactly where to pivot and turn.
Oh, so put a dot or something.
A little dart or a
That's a good
tailor's
idea.
tack or some way of marking that.
Well, I think
particularly for
sometimes once
beginners.
you get it under the machine, you can't really see, can you, what?
No, especially at this point now. I
So
can't see
marking it is quite useful, isn't
Yeah.
it? Good idea. That's your free tip of the day. Everything else will be charged for.
So I'm going around here now. I mean, I've got that bang on 1 centimetre because I know what 1 centimetre looks like. You could probably say to me, you know, how big's that? And I'd be able to roughly say how many inches it would be.
Yeah,
'cause
but
I'm
then you
just
do
used
this
to-
all the time. But if you're not, I think just to mark that, it does help
Yeah.
if it's actually under the machine, because sometimes you get lost with all the fabric and
Yeah.
the foot being in the way as well.
So mark
while
it.
you sew that on,
Yeah.
now we have sold out the pattern, but don't forget we have got all this glorious fabric. Now the fabric that Adam is currently working with is this beautiful digitally printed cotton. Now this has a glorious drape. I've just folded it all back up again, but there we are. It has a beautiful drape to it. It's soft, absolutely beautiful. You can see when it's pleated, what it will look like. It has a beautiful drape to it. I think that is gorgeous. And again, a very warm, flattering designer feel.
Yeah.
This would not look out of place in a designer shop. And not a designer price. $29.99. Remember, you've got 3.5 metres of fabric there, which is enough for the biggest size. So if you've bought the pattern, you're thinking, oh, I don't know about the fabric. You know, we do actually choose fabric that's correct for the pattern. If we don't have it, or if it's not something we normally carry, then we source it from our suppliers so that we can bring the right dressmaking fabric for you. Because quilting weight cotton is easy because it's all one weight. You just got to choose your colour and your print. With dressmaking fabric, you've got to choose your colour and your print and your type, weight of fabric. There's types of fabric. You've got fibre choice, so whether it's cotton or polyester or rayon or viscose, and then you've also got the weight of the fabric. So many complications. So we have actually selected fabric for you here that will work with this dress. I love this one. It's very, very pretty.
Yeah, this fabric's nice.
Now, the same fabric, but a different print. So if you like this beautiful digitally printed cotton, this is lovely. It's a dusky pink. It's not your sort of pastel-y pink. It's a really lovely dusky pink. And it features these beautiful bouquets of flowers. I like the fact they've put quite a bit of green in it as well.
Yeah, that just lifts it and gives it a bit more, doesn't it?
I think that's gorgeous. I'll put that one over my mannequin. I'm not going to unfold the whole thing this time, though. Look at that. You see? That's lovely, isn't it? It's very warm, isn't it? Gorgeous. Love that fabric. But you can see it has that nice drape to it, and that's with it sort of folded up, so even more so. It will also pleat really nicely, this fabric, because it's not heavy.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be adding much. Again, look at the price, $29.99, 3.5 metres. So even if you're not buying it for this pattern, if you want to make a summer weight dress, this is ideal. If you are going to wear any of these in the autumn and you want to wear tights with them, then I remember talking to Adele about this. This is women's things, Adam.
Right.
That if you don't want to line a dress, and she said, well, you just have to wear a slip.
Yeah.
Now, you probably don't own a slip.
I don't, but I know what one is.
So Adele was saying she always gets them from M&S, and the shops are available, but they do them in a choice of colours, and then it means that you don't, because when you wear a dress with tights, you know what it's like when you're wearing a dress with tights?
Yeah.
And your dress, that's what I mean, women's things, it sticks to you, but if you put a little slip underneath, suddenly your dress doesn't stick to your tights.
Yeah.
That was revolutionary, that conversation I had with her.
Yeah,
Because I always thought, oh, I've got to line a dress.
Yeah, which can be a bit more difficult.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you can buy a
slip.
And then that's going to work with...
And it works with all
But
things.
that's how... I mean, it's going back in the day and going a bit more old-fashioned, but I always remember my nan having, you know, an underdress or a
Yeah, but
slip
was very sensible, isn't it?
It was, yeah.
And
Except
even,
just don't get those really nylon-y ones that give you an electric shock.
well, she said they do all colours, but you can buy them obviously like as a full dress with little spaghetti straps or just skirt ones.
Yeah.
But I've got quite a few dresses that stick to my tights.
Yeah.
Not with a slip.
Not with a slip.
So that does mean that when you make a summer dress, you can take it through to autumn as well. Let's do the double gauze next. Beautifully floored, because you can take it through to autumn, because if you put your woolly tights underneath, I mean, I honestly think this, although it's very summery, would be beautiful in the autumn, because it's got a little bit of brown in. You could even have these lovely green tights and tan shoes. Tan boots would look gorgeous. It's a little bit thicker, the double gauze as well. Now, over half of the stock of all of these fabrics have gone. $29.99. See, that would look nice, wouldn't it? And you could also buy yourself a little cardigan to wear with this, and you could pick out any of those colours.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'd pick out that sort of jadey colour.
Yeah, I like
colour.
the green.
That would look really gorgeous, wouldn't it? As we're moving sort of September time into the autumn.
Yes, I really love it.
Glorious.
Very nice.
Oh, we've got two fabrics we haven't looked at. Were you on to the next bit?
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's
Okay, I'll
absolutely
carry on
fine.
going through the fabric and then we'll... Right, there's two that I missed in the last one. There's this grey one. So this is a much lighter weight fabric. It's like a lawn, but you know how the whole neutral thing? So it's a cotton lawn grey fabric bundle, but it's a lovely slate grey, so it's very soft and flatter in colour. But if you just want that plain, simple grey, you know, maybe this is a second fabric you're buying.
Yeah.
You can make this in so many, but that's really lovely. That's the cotton lawn. And there is another one that we didn't do as well, is the enzyme wash linen.
Oh, yeah.
That is enzyme.
Yeah. I think all our linens enzyme washed. That's the stuff I've used that's enzyme washed before.
You don't have it? Something's gone wrong. We'll come back to that. Don't know what happened to them. Oh. Yes. Yeah.
I really like it though, Rebecca. I've made lots of different projects out of different colourways of that linen, and it's just lovely. Linen just has such a...
Oh, okay. We're going to need to come back to that because it might not be... Yeah, I think this might be for the jacket. It's very nice, though, for this dress. We do sell this on the website if you want some, but it'd be nice for this dress.
Yeah.
But I think this one might be for the jacket. Right, let's go back to you, and then I will go through the rest of our fabrics.
Amazing. So
Do get your fabric, though, because we are getting really low. And as you've seen, the fabric is a really good price for this dress.
Oh, it is, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I'm already put one dart in. I'm going
Oh, so we've done the pockets?
I've done, oh yeah, let me show you where we've got to.
Let me go.
Sorry, I'm getting excited.
I know, we moved on, it's just me distracted.
I've only done the one just to show you. I've pressed it all down the side as well, which
Can't see it because it's in the same fabric.
I know, that's it. So it's going to be quite difficult. So this is the side seam, basically. I mean,
Okay.
you can't see the pocket. Go on, find the pocket, find the pocket.
No, it's like trying to find a Yeah, that's...
There it is.
That's not easy. So it really is not visible. Hang on, it's that way round.
Yeah,
There we go.
that's the top of the dress.
Oh,
there you
that's
go.
lovely, isn't it? And look at that, because it's in the same fabric.
And the understitching, I don't know whether the camera would even pick this up because I've done it. It's quite a busy fabric, this one. But the understitching is just keeping that to the inside. It's
Oh, yeah,
so
you can see
important
that,
to
can't you?
understitch.
Look at the understitching. That's really keeping it inside. That is gorgeous.
And obviously when you've done it on both sides.
But it's completely invisible.
Yeah. And use that technique. Always understitch your pockets. There's some patterns that I've come across that it doesn't tell you to understitch it.
Okay.
Sometimes, not only of Jane's,
Obviously
but
not,
obviously
no.
not, but where it kind of assumes that you have that knowledge sometimes. And honestly, it's just one of those things. Just do
Don't
it as
assume.
a fundamental.
Right, okay. So you're going to talk sleeves to us?
Sleeves and bodice, yes. I'm just going to put the other dart in for the lady, I think it was the lady that was asking about
Yes,
the dart.
about the darts that I couldn't find because the dress
Yeah,
was the wrong way around.
that's the dart on the pattern there, you can see. So it's only a nice, very slight dart, but if you needed to do a full bust adjustment, then that would be possible.
Oh, the fabric that Adam is demoing is now sold out. So if you want to change that,
Yes.
then you have to do a full bust adjustment.
Yeah.
Only that little dart, isn't it?
Yeah, so you just have to move around a little bit,
Okay.
configure the dart. I have done full bust adjustment with Stuart, but I can't remember the date we did it on. It was when we were talking about that great book. John's done it as well. It's like pattern drafting for...
Oh, I know the
beginners.
one.
It's on the square paper.
Yes.
Brilliant book that was. So dart, I'm back stitching at the beginning, and then I've marked it out and following my lines. I've pinned it. And then, as always, as I get to the end, I just want to come off of the fabric. So there I am, I'm off. And then I'm not going to back tack because that's what gives that little pimple, which we don't want. I'm just going to lift my needle, pull the fabric off the machine and leave a nice tail. And then what we're going to do is just tie that off.
Okay. So when you're doing darts like this, then
Yep.
it's worth taking the time to tie it.
Yeah, because otherwise you have this really visible little pimple. And we don't want that. We want
No, nobody wants a visible pimple.
Nobody wants... You know what I mean. If you tie it off and don't backstitch, if you backstitch, you cause in bulk. Then what you need, tailor's ham, right? Really, really important bit of kit for dressmaking, especially for shaping things and for darts.
Right.
All right, I'm just going to lay this down now. Rule of thumb is you usually press down and out.
Down and out.
Down and out, yeah.
Yeah, just
we
think
don't want it...
up
We don't
and
want to
in.
create bulk here. We want to, just...
Down and out.
Down and out. So I'm going to press these bust darts down, okay?
Have we got any hams? What's the plural of hams? Hem?
Hems. Okay, and then I usually press it from both sides as well. And you want to use the shape of the ham to emulate the
Well,
bust.
I always think these hams, hem, are amazingly inexpensive for how useful they are.
Yeah.
So, £11.99. These hams have been made in the same way for years. They're filled with sawdust because they absorb the heat.
That's it.
I mean, they're the simplest thing.
Yeah.
But they make a massive difference, and not just for dressmaking. Even if you're making bags and you're doing like those little box corners
Yeah.
and bottoms, you can put the ham inside.
Yeah.
To press open a box corner. So
Absolutely.
it is a very, very worthwhile piece of kit.
I have mine constantly next to my ironing board, and even when I'm ironing a garment,
Yeah.
it's handy. And usually, sometimes they'll come with the sleeve one as well, which is really
Oh yeah,
handy.
the tailor's sleeve. I mean, they're this. They've always been made with these checked fabrics as well. Haven't they? They're
Yeah,
like
it's
so
always a plaid or
traditional.
a tartan, isn't it?
They're definitely worth having. £11.99.
Right, so I'm just pinning at the shoulder seams now because I need to do that stage before I put the sleeve in. So let's just do that on both sides.
Adam, just watch your head.
Oh, sorry, it always goes over.
Yeah.
It's because I'm tall, you see, and I'm like...
I don't have that problem.
Bless you. There we go. So this is just the shoulder seams now. And you'll see in the shape of this, do you see how I was saying earlier, it's almost kimono sleeve-esque drop shoulder.
Yeah, and I quite like that. And actually, although even this is such
It's
a
almost
big,
grown
busy
on.
print,
Yeah.
but you just don't notice where the sleeve is.
No, you don't. And do you see, so on a standard bodice with a set-in sleeve, you'd have a curve here that's going...
Yes.
Right, we've not got that. It kind of is grown out just under here, because that's going into the sleeve and extended, and it makes the sleeve super
So I
simple.
presume Jane has designed it like that to
Yes.
make it easy.
I would say so, yeah, with it being a beginner's pattern, and also just to give it some ease with this dress. It's not a body-fitting, bodycon piece, is it? So it's also going to give that ease of wear.
Well, it's quite nice having that extra sleeve as well because it's sits just above the elbow. But if you wanted a longer sleeve, because it's a straight piece, it'd be really easy to extend as well.
Absolutely. Now, it's up to you whether you want to overlock or finish off the seam together or finish it off separately. You could have finished these seams off before you sew it. But the important thing is to press the seams. If you've overlocked them together, you'd be pressing to one side and then you'd press towards the back.
There is only one of the pink fabric bundles left. So if you want this one, there is one left. This one could be yours. If it's in your basket, you need to get this checked out before somebody else does, because this is the last one. I think I love this in the pink.
Yeah,
Actually.
me too.
More. Oh, I don't know.
You love it in the pink more than the...
Terracotta. I do like the terracotta.
Yeah, the terracotta's nice as well. But what you were saying about the terracotta and the blue, though, is really nice.
I know. But often when you... Oh, it's gone in the pink. Somebody, well done, whoever got it, this one's yours. Look, I'll fold it really nicely for you. There we go.
There you are.
Right, the next one about to sell out is this glorious printed double gauze that we're going to be taking on our Mediterranean cruise.
Yeah.
Then we're going to buy a little aqua cardigan and nice tan boots and a slip, and we're going to be wearing it in the autumn.
I tell you what, you have got style. You're a very stylish lady anyway, I know that.
And then we're going to sit there. But you see, the good thing is that you can buy a plain cardigan quite inexpensively. Or expensively, depends what your budget is. But they're quite easy to buy, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you just take your fabric to the shop and you go, right, I'll have one in this. And then that dress then you can wear all the time. I might make one.
Do it.
Also, this nice buttery cream background, again, is warming to the skin. So everyone who only ever wears black and grey is probably screaming now, but like a bit of colour.
I like a bit of colour. I mean, my colour of choice, I like blues and navy. So that mid-denim-y one.
This is gorgeous.
Would be my colour pick.
Would you wear this one?
Yeah.
I think it's these richer, warm colours. I think when you have colours that are very dark, it really drains the skin.
Yeah, yes, it can do.
But this is very warm.
Yes,
if you have blue eyes. I haven't got blue eyes, but I'd wear that. So this is the blue one. 33, French navy, okay. Yeah, I guess it is, because French navy is lighter than...
Yeah, it tends to be, doesn't it? Wonderful, right. I'm ready to do some sleeve construction.
Okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, I guess it is French navy, isn't it? It's lovely. It looks very nice in my jacket.
That's it.
Very nice in not my, Jane's jacket. Right, Adam.
Yes, wonderful. So,
Sorry.
No, you're all right. I've just spotted your necklace and I love it.
I know Amy gave me that for my birthday. Isn't it lovely?
I love it. I can't believe I hadn't spotted that till now.
It's a sewing machine and a pot of flowers.
So there's some notches on this sleeve head. On a setting sleeve, this curve would be more exaggerated. But because it's more dropped, it's shallower. Again, we're putting it in flat. So I've marked my notches. There's a notch for the shoulder seam, which will match up. There's one notch for the front and 2 notches for the back. Now, I've snipped into these, and that's because it's more permanent for when I'm travelling with all my gear and whatnot. I didn't want threads to be loose, but you could tack it, you could notch it with chalk would be the ideal.
Or put a pin in, then the pin falls out, so you get the pattern piece back out and you put the pin back in.
That's the one,
then
you know
the same thing happens again. So you have to get your pattern piece back out and you think, why am I doing this? Why didn't I use chalk?
Yeah, exactly.
All the time. It's really annoying.
So what I'm doing here is I'm matching up those key points. Now, I was talking about the key points earlier with matching the pocket. Mind your head. There we are. So that's the back bit, the shoulder seam and the front. And then the ends as well. I'm just going to pop a pin in there. And then everything should fit beautifully.
What is your sewing machine, Adam?
My sewing machine is a Juki UX8.
UX8?
Yeah, it sounds like something from space. But it's fantastic. It was a considered purchase.
I love that. Considered purchase.
A considered purchase.
Yeah. I love a considered purchase.
Yeah.
I just don't very considerate for very long. And then I purchase.
You see, I'm quite the opposite. I sit on something for a while.
Do you?
Yeah, and then I know that I really want something when I'm still sat on it a month later. I'm like, go on, just do it.
Yeah.
And then I get all frivolous, so I then spend the money, and then I'm like, oh God, what else can I have then? And I go through fits and starts, so I'll save money for ages. It's like with clothes. Like, I might not buy something for ages, and then suddenly I'll just go
yeah, but then you get into a bit of a thing, don't you?
Yeah, it's dangerous. But having said that, like, I like to wear my clothes till they're absolutely worn out.
Well, then it's worth it.
Yeah, and I try now and buy.
So if you're interested in Adam's sewing machine, which is a thing of beauty,
Yeah.
it's only 2795, and if you say it really fast like that, 2795.
I mean,
It's extremely inexpensive. It is on 5-way split pay, though. If Adam uses it and Adam endorses it, it must be amazing. It is his best friend.
Honestly.
And we have got it on 5-way split pay. So for $759, you can pay that this month, have it sent to you, and then you pay the other instalments. I mean, it is a beautiful machine. It does make a difference, doesn't it?
It does.
Having a decent machine.
It's
really does.
it's the age-old thing of, well, what sewing machine do you recommend? And the response, and I've heard you say it, and John say it, and Stuart, is buy the best machine you can afford.
Yeah.
Right? And I'll be honest with you, for me, it's pointless buying a domestic machine that's, you know, a budget machine, because really all they are designed for is having a bit of a go when you feel like it, and maybe taking up the odd trouser.
Yeah, it's occasional use, isn't it?
Yeah. And to be honest, we've got some of them still lingering around where I work for the pantomime company.
Oh, okay.
We send them out on shows, and they're not robust enough. I mean, I'm not going to name any names. It's just that they are what they are. They're made as a budget machine to be affordable to do a little bit of sewing. But
yeah, they're sort of alterations, aren't
Yeah.
they? You know, home alterations, like you say, hemming something. But if you're serious about sewing and you do a lot of sewing,
Yeah.
it's really annoying when it doesn't work.
what I look for in a machine as well is how heavy it is.
Oh, okay.
And I know that sounds daft, but a lot of modern stuff now is plastics and stuff, whilst this has got more metal components in it.
Right, okay.
But my other half picked it up last night for me to load it in the car, and he went, God, this weighs a ton. I says, I know it does, but it's sturdy.
It's sturdy, that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well, it needs a decent motor, doesn't
yeah, which it's got. I mean, it's got a fantastic screen on it and all sorts of things that you don't really need that aren't necessary, but it's so intuitive. It's touchscreen to do all your settings, and it just makes sense. It's like using a modern phone.
Yeah, yes,
know.
it's easy. Yeah, it is,
Yeah.
that's true, it is easy. Well, thank you so much, Adam.
That's all right. There's that
So
sleeve
you've
in
done the
there.
sleeve.
Yeah, that's in. And then all we do is be joining the skirt with the pleats to the bodice, and then sewing the side.
But Jane has
One
tutorials for all her patterns, doesn't she?
She does, yeah,
So-
which is great. And
So
there's a
sew
QR
along,
code.
sew along with Jane.
Yeah.
And then you can do it. But that's great. Thank you so much for our pocket masterclass.
You're welcome.
I've loved
Loved
that. Well done to all of you who've got the pattern. Fantastic. We do have some fabric bundles left, but not all of them. It is, if you've bought the pattern, it is worth getting one of the bundles because we've selected the right fabric for the dress, and I think we've managed to get it in at quite an affordable price. Have a think if you do need a new machine. Adam will be here again at 11. If you've got any questions, he'll answer them for you.
I will. Not personal ones.
Speaking at 11, we are now in low double figures of my pattern. My. When I say my, I mean Jane's pattern and Jane's jacket as well. Low double figures. Anyway, I'll see you back here in an hour.
Yes, fabulous.
And I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time with Amber Makes. It is sewing school, and we're going to be learning all about EPP, but also how to make these super trendy, they're everywhere, the oversized tote. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes' time.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about Amber Makes Sewing School. So we've been doing, Amber Makes is my little sewing business. Me and Amy, my business partner, we have our little sewing kit business together, which is Amber Makes. Now, since February, we started, because we always do every year a sort of a follow along group. Sometimes it's a block of the month. This year we decided to do sewing school, because what I wanted to do was to teach you a different skill each month, but also make a project that you really want. So it doesn't matter whether you're a beginner or an expert. If you're a beginner, you will learn how to do that particular technique. If you are, oh, sorry, I've just losing my ears. If you are more experienced, then you can use the skills you've already got and you can make a lovely project. So we've been doing it since February, and this month I decided we'd do EPP, because I love EPP. I mean, it's such a traditional technique, goes back years and years and years, extremely mindful, because you are so immersed in doing it. And also it's the sort of technique you can sit and do in front of the telly, or you could go travelling when you're on the train. It's really good to take on holiday or in the caravan. But I didn't want to do loads and loads and loads of it, so I thought, I had a look round, and I really wanted one of these oversized totes. They are everywhere at the moment. So this is one of the designs, the Portuguese Tiles design. It's so big. And the idea I had with it was, when you go into the Festival of Quilts and you want to go shopping, very important when you go to a sewing fair is that you show off what you can do. But also, you want to be able to put loads of stuff in. Now, the price for the kit, £24.99, is the panel that has all the outer fabric pieces you need. It has full instructions with a video tutorial, so you can sew with me. It also has all the paper pieces to make it. All of the paper pieces as well. You will need to buy lining fabric. I haven't put that in the kit because I know you need a metre of lining fabric. I have got this colour available if you want to buy it. I just thought I wouldn't put it in the kit because it keeps the price reasonable, and you might have your own fabric. So this is the front of the bag. So this is the EPP. The back of the bag, I thought, well, you might not want to do the EPP, so this is printed for you. So this is no EPP. And then you've got side gussets which match, which aren't EPP, a base gusset. I decided to put gussets in rather than a box bottom because it makes it more capacious. And then the handles are just printed as well, and that's all on the panel. And it's written so that it's got pockets in it. You could put a magnetic clasp on the top, but you can then take that. If you're going to a workshop, you can get your cutting mat in that. If you're going shopping, even if you're going to the supermarket, you get loads of fruit and veg in there. If you're going on a weekend away, you know what it's like where you've got your suitcase packed, you've got your handbag packed, and then you realise that you've got 2 jumpers, a cardigan and a pair of shoes that you haven't got in, and you also need a magazine, and you can just pop it all in this really big bag. But they are everywhere at the moment. So this is the Portuguese tile. Shall I show you the kit? Right, so in the kit, let's move that bag, you will get this fabric panel, which is really big. So the designs on this are all drawn and designed exclusively by Amy. You won't see these anywhere else. She does, all of her designs are original. She's created them. The EPP fabric pieces, as you can see here, these hexes, have been done in such a way that all the seam allowances are included, so that when you come to do them, and I'll show you in a minute, you just cut round the outer piece of the hexie. When you then tack or glue the fabric hexie round the paper hexagon and join them together, it creates the pattern. Because Amy has worked out what the extra seam allowance is so that it all goes together. It's also been printed on the panel in the order that you put it together, just to make it easier. So you can see that is the big version of this, because I wanted, that's what it will look like. So So that's the big, that, and then that's what happens when you turn it into EPP. So it just makes it easier for you. Then you've got all of the other pieces. So that's all the EPP pieces there. It's a really big panel. Then you've got the base gusset, you've got the handles. Here is the back of the bag, here. So you don't have to make that. And then there's some spare hexies, just in case you lose them. Or you could make them into a little purse, couldn't you? They'd be quite cute. Or you could just use them for other thing. Coasters, they'd look very nice on the elbows of a jacket. Or little patches on your knees. So I'll show you the size. Really big panel. That's the whole panel. You will also get 100 hexies. Now, I played around with this. So these are the card paper, they're sort of thick paper, because that's what you need for EPP. I played around with the different designs because in order, particularly if you're a beginner, or if you just want to make it quickly, you don't want the tiny ones. So these are 1.5 inches. Now, the way a hexie is measured, if you ever need to know that, it's about the length of the side. It's not the measurement across or down. When you say a 1-inch hexie or 1.5 inches or 2 inches, it's this measurement, one of the faces. So you get 100 of those and you only need 70 something. So you've got plenty there. You will get a full instruction booklet for the Carry It All bag. There is a QR code here, which you can scan with your phone, or you can visit, and it takes you to the right page on the Amber Makes website, or just go to the Amber Makes website, and there is a full video tutorial for doing the EPP, for making the bag, for the whole thing. So you can sew along with me. So if you've got to a part where you think sometimes with instructions, oh, then I always get stuck on that, I don't understand that, because however hard I try to explain it in words, sometimes a tutorial is what works. But the instructions work all on their own. I've got full photos in here. There's a lot of detail. Because this is sewing school, I've gone into more detail than we would normally to really help you out. But if you've done EPP before, or you've done bag making, or one or the other, you'll find it really easy. So all the detail about how to put the pockets in, how to make it. There is a cutting diagram as well. Now, what I've also done in here is to really help you out. I've got a section called Terms and Techniques. So where I've got a section where things like the word hexie or paper hexagon or whole hexies or half hexies, quite often we use all these words and expect people to understand. Where I've coloured them in orange here, when you go to the Terms and Techniques section, it's all in there. So you can learn as you go. If you know all of that, it's just a bonus. Right, it's also available in another design, because we always do them in two. I absolutely love this. So I said to Amy, we need to do a sewing bee, because that's what's on at the moment, isn't it? It's kind of relevant. And I couldn't find a nice sewing bee anywhere. I said, this is fab. Because I was trying to explain to Amy what I was after. So I had to draw many a rubbish sketch, because she's the artist and I'm really not. So she's created the little sewing bee. And look at his face. He's carrying, or is it a she? I don't know, maybe is it a girl? It's a girl. So she's carrying the needle in her legs with the thread that goes into the spool, little pink cheeks, and a smile on her face. So cute. So this is the EPP front. So the sewing bee comes off the thread. You've got her little honeycomb. You've got some of the hexies have got buttons in. So when you've created this design, it creates this whole beautiful design with the flowers as well. But I think the sewing bee is gorgeous. So that's the EPP side. This is the back, and I love this. So the little sewing bee is buzzing around the hexies and the buttons and the thread. I think that's a beautiful fabric design. Then we've got the matching floral print that's on the side gussets in the back. But then I love that. Look at the handle. I think this is genius. The handle is being designed in such a way so that when you sew the handle and press the seam at the back, you've got a whole row of hexies with the sewing bee and the buttons inside them. And I love that little touch, so that when you carry it, it really is a show-off bag. Let me show you the panel for the sewing bee. I'll hold it up so you can see. So, as you can see, there are all the hexes. Aren't they lovely? There's the back of the bag and all the gussets. And then you get those extra hexes. And when you see them like that, they are so cute. So you've got 2 with sewing bees. You've got a spool of 2 spools of thread and the honeycomb. Now, over half of the stock of this one is gone. Isn't it so cute? I love that one. Because it's really, I mean, it was hard for me to explain what I wanted, and it wasn't until Amy drew it. I went, yeah, that's what I want. Because it needed to be a realistic bee, but it had to be a fun bee. It had to be a happy bee, a fun bee, and a happy bee. Now, obviously, with the sewing bee one, you will get your 100 hexes, and you will get the full instructions, and you will get the link to the full video tutorial. And there's Amy carrying the 2 bags. So these are really both very show-off bags, aren't they? If you go to a stitching fair or a workshop or you're shopping, they are the sort of bag where people go, wow, did you make that? Because I think the designs work really well, and you've just got to do the EPP for the front and then make up the bag, which is very simple, to be honest. I wanted to keep the construction of the bag simple for you. I have quilted my bag, but you don't have to. Right. Now, so what we've also done is, because I loved these prints, there we go, I've just got to find them all. We have created the prints, because whenever we do particularly a new print design, we have loads of you going, oh, I really want to buy that fabric. So we have done the sewing bee as fatter quarter panel. So if you love this fabric, which I do, the fatter quarter panel are 4 slightly bigger than fatter quarters. So they actually measure 70 by 50 centimetres, just because of the fabric width. So $19.99, you can have 4 fatter quarters. So one of them is this beautiful gold background with the sewing bee and the hexes with the buttons in the middle. The next one is this is the print that you'll see that's featured on the handles of the bag. You've got this print that's navy. That's featured on the back of the bag, actually. And then the 4th print is a smaller version of what's on the gussets with the sewing bee in it. So if you want the fatter quarter panels, and I think that's absolutely gorgeous. And then on the top of the pattern of the panel, you've got some hexes, and you've got some labels. It's always nice to have labels. So whatever you're making with it, handmade by Stitch with Love, handmade with love, this belongs to, this took forever, obviously, and I made this. So that's the sewing bee fatter quarter panel. It's a really good size. You can see, like, look at the size of it. It's really big. But I know a lot of you often ask us, can we buy the fabric? So, and sometimes, particularly when we've done a new design, we will bring out the fatter quarters. Right, we've also got charm squares in the bees. 40 5-inch squares of the bees. There we go. Look at that. I love this because I like the little spotty background. Really lovely. So on this, you've got 40 5-inch squares. You've also got some hexes because there was a bit of space. And you've got 2 gift tags. Look, I love the bee on just the single bee on the blue background. Look at her little face, smiling. It's a very, very happy bee. But you see, even if you were going to make a simple tote bag, because actually the chart that I've got a pattern here for, I don't know whether we've got it here, for the tote bag. I wonder whether that's here. There's so much on the desk, I can't actually find anything. But there is a pattern for a tote bag using charm squares. We'll find that. This charm square panel would work really well for that. So look at all those. You're getting 40 of them, just $14.99. Amazing. We've also got a charm square panel for the Portuguese tiles. Maybe I should hang these up now, because my desk by the Doughnut, because my desk is getting a little bit full now. Can't see anything. There we go. That's better. Now I can see a bit more. Charm squares. Right, so this is the hexagon tiles charm squares. So this is a new one. So we've done the Portuguese tiles design we have done before when we did, I can't even remember what it was. What project was it? I can't even see it. It'll come to me in a minute. Oh, it was the bag, when we did a bag when we learnt patchwork. But because if this is the hexy one, we've done this one. So you've got the charm square. So you've got the smaller versions of these hexies that are featured on the front of the bag and the ones that are featured on the back of the bag as well. So you've got 40 of these. These are gorgeous. Aren't they beautiful? $14.99. I mean, that would work really well. Because the cut of the colour palette as well, you know, if you joined any of these together, it would look so pretty. So that's your hexagon tiles charm square. Gorgeous. There is also another charm square panel that we did when we did the how to do patchwork. We used the Portuguese tiles. So if you like that print, same colourway, but obviously these are different. So these two charm square panels will go together really well, because that's beautiful, isn't it? And if I put it together with the hexy one, you see the colours and the prints go together really well. So if you wanted to get two together, isn't that lovely? Really bold and fun. And this was, we did this one in May, I think. There we go. So shall I just go through the sewing school from before? Right, so we started off with sewing school back in February when we did basically how to sew with machine, because that's where we start off with, isn't it, is how to sew with the machine. Now, I'm just going to show you the projects rather than all the panels, or we'll be here forever. So I decided that we're all about reduce, reuse, recycle, aren't we? So when we go to the supermarket, it's very important that you take your own fabric bags. So on the panel for this one, and it's very, very simple make, very quick, very easy, and very effective. You get all the fabric pieces to make a potato bag. This is the farm shop one. So you can put your potatoes in that one. You've got the pieces to make the bread bag. And the good thing about the bread bag is it has a box bottom, so you can put your loaf of bread inside, pull up the drawstring, and you can keep your loaf of bread, because you should keep your loaf of bread in a cotton or linen fabric, not in plastic, because it helps it to breathe and keeps the crust nice and crisp. Then you can also use it as a bread basket when you turn the top over. See? You get a smaller veg. This is all on one panel, all in the kit. You get a smaller bag, medium bag. That's for putting your carrots and your broccoli in. And then you get a little bag for your herbs or garlic or onions. I have my garlic in my little one. So all of these bags are all on one panel. Again, full instructions, and obviously the video tutorial as well. We also did this print, which I've now got to find, in a different colourway. So we did it in another colourway. So this is Farm Shop, because you know how much I love the Farm Shop services. And this one is called the grocers. So the bread bag, exactly the same, and this is all on your one panel. So this is the bread bag where you've got sourdough, baguette, loaf of bread, ciabatta, bagel. So that's your bread bag. This is the large vegetable bag, which really is for your potatoes, but you can put what you like in. So imagine you go to the supermarket and you've got to weigh your own fruit and veg. You pop it in here. Or if you've got your fruit and veg at home, but you want to keep it so that your potatoes don't go slimy, you need to keep them in cotton so they breathe. They need to be kept dark. Maurice Piper, sweet potatoes, new potatoes, red potatoes and russets. I love this one. Look at the medium bag. This is for your medium vegetables, like corn on the cob, carrots, red onions, parsnips, leek. And then the tiny one, this is lovely for herbs, but you could put shallots, garlic, rosemary, ginger, quite nice in there. And then all you do, and you see, and even the drawstrings are on the panel. All you need to make this is a reel of thread. And then you just pull up the drawstring, and then you can keep everything inside. But it is quite useful to have all of these because then you will actually keep everything nice. But I do like the bread bag because you could use it to keep your bread in. And I've got one that I always put all of my bread and rolls in, and it just keeps it a bit fresher. So that was the first one. Then the second one, I decided we'd learn how to make a cushion because loads of people always say to me, how do you make a cushion? I don't know how to make a cushion. So there are two different prints. The first one, I think I've only got one cushion here, is the sewing machine. So you get in the kit, there are all the pieces to make two cushions. So there's one cushion in a cushion. This one I haven't put in a cushion yet. I'll just lay it on top. What? Oh, this one's sold. Okay, I'll put those down there. But we have got this one. So this again is the same thing, the William Morris one. You get all the pieces to make two cushions. Love that. So you've got the strawberry theme. So one of the cushions has a zip bottom. So you will learn how to put a zip in a cushion. And if you know how to make a zip cushion, you will find this nice and easy. And then you've got all the pieces to make the second cushion. And this cushion features an envelope back. So you know how to do that. But actually what I also show you, I'll show you on this one in the tutorial, is I do also show you with your envelope cushion how to put the little tabs on and buttons if you want to. That's optional. So basically for £24.99 you've got the fronts and the backs for two cushions, which is amazing value really. So that's that section. Number 3 was patchwork. Patchwork. So again, kept it simple. And this one just sold out. So the front of it is this beautiful Portuguese tiles patchwork. So you'll learn how to do the very simple diamond in a square block, which is what each of these blocks are. On the panel, all the pieces are printed especially for you so that you can do the patchwork. The back of the bag is already printed, so you don't have to do the patchwork. It's got this nice side gusset. You've also got on the panel all of the pieces to do for the lining. And look at the matching lining. So that's the lining of it. So you could actually make 2 bags from this if you used your own lining. And then what I wanted to do with this one is I've seen a lot of these style bags and they've got leather handles, because they're just quite skinny leather handles. So what I've done with this one is Amy designed leather, but in fabric. So she's got this lovely leather look handles, but she's printed on them the little holes that you'd have to sew them together. But by sewing them on the outside, like this, it's like one of those little bags that you can just take to the shop, really useful to take to the office or the school. You can get a laptop on there, you can get an A4 file. It's just a really smart, neat little bag. Looks nice in my jacket, doesn't it? Very nice in my jacket. Love that. We also did it, so that's the Portuguese tile version. We also did it in the shibori, because I love shibori prints. So shibori is the traditional art of indigo dye with tie-dye. It's done in a It's done in a different way to your normal tie-dye. It's beautiful, isn't it? But this obviously isn't. This is just a print inspired by it. So this is the patchwork front. So you start off with a big square and you sew these squares to the outside. And then the back is already printed for you. You've got the gussets in the shibori style print, and it is fully lined in a matching shibori style print. And again, it has the leather handles. That's the kit, full panel, instructions, it's all on there. In fact, I'll show you I'll show you the Portuguese tiles, just to give you an idea of what the size of this panel is. Because it's a really big one. It's huge, isn't it? And it's because it's fully lined. And all of these squares here, these are all the squares for the patchwork. And then the large teal one that you cut up for the small corners. But it's fully lined, and there's the leather effect handles. So all you need for this is some wadding. Now, when you get these, if you want to know what else, because obviously we don't include everything in the kit, if you go onto the website here, I have listed on there what else you'll need. So it will say what's in the kit and what else you need, so that you can see when you come to buy it, because sometimes when you buy it now you think, well, I'll get everything I need now. So it will tell you that you need so there it says the kit includes, you will also need, and that's on the website for you to see, that you will also need 50 by 90 centimetres of wadding and a magnetic snap optional. All of the kits are the same. I've done that with all of them. And remember, all of the kits have a full video tutorial, and they all have this sort of the full information with the terms and techniques and everything else. That was the next one. Then the next one was the storage pot. So this was about circular seams. So it's something, a really important technique that you need, hang on, I'm just going to have to walk around the front because I can't reach them. One moment. My arm's just on not long enough. Oh, down. Sorry. I've just walked into all the rulers. It's fine, didn't actually break anything. So, circular seams are really important. Whether you're making a duffel bag, whether you're making a storage pot, lots and lots of different things have a circular seam. So I thought, let's learn how to do them properly, but let's make some storage pots. I've had pots like this on my desk at home and at work for years, because I like to keep all my pens and pencils and something. So in this kit, you get all the pieces to make 6 storage pots. This is the sewing one. So you get all of the pieces to make, just move myself over, 6 storage pots. And labels as well. There's a whole choice of labels. So this one is scissors. That one I put buttons. This one actually you can put plants in, but I've gone for notions. Oddments. There's loads of labels on there, on the panel, but there's also blank labels, so you can put your own thing, bobbins and safety pins. Now, what I've done with these is that I've used tins. So these medium-sized ones, they've got a baked bean tin in. I just painted mine. When you take the pot out, you can see that it's fully lined, and it just turns over at the top. So you've got that, I love the bottom because it's like rows of buttons, but it's a really good way of you upcycling your tins. You can paint them or not. If you want to put lids on your tins, you know those powdered coffee tins, like those Azero ones, and there's different makes, they fit in them. These little tins, these are, which are great, because they have little lids. And so you can upcycle all of your old tins, learn how to make curved seams all in one go. $19.99 now. You get to make 6 tins from this, but because they are fully lined, if you used your own fabric to line them, you could make 12, because that way round it looks like that, and that way round it looks like that. Right, and then the other colourway is, well, everywhere at the moment, whatever shop you look in, it's all about the natural texture, isn't it, in homes? So I thought those set of tins are for your sewing room. This set are for your desk and your office. So they're all natural textures. They're like sort of Hessian, or they're woven textures, or crochet. So the labels on this one are things like paper clips, pens. That one is for a plant. That'll fit a nice plant. That's a big like fruit tin. So there's I Will Survive. There's another plant. So if you bought someone a plant, you could put them in that one. Pencils, odds and ends. So that's all the tins. Again, you get 6 in that bundle. Well, in that kit. Full instructions, etc., etc. And you will know how to do a curved seam really well after that. Now, the next one was the doorstop, which we have only got the elephant of. The giraffe was sold out. We need to get some more giraffes. So we only have the elephant. And you've got it the other way round. Oh. Levi, where's the giraffe? Where is the giraffe gone? Oh, have you said we've got no elephants, but we've got giraffes? Is it not in the box? Oh. We'll have to look for the giraffe then. I wonder where the giraffe's gone. Maybe it's sat on the shelf or something. We'll probably find it sat on a shelf somewhere. That's weird. Anyway, not this one, not the elephant, but the giraffe. You can see the picture there. So this sewing school was all about 3D shapes, how to make them, how to fill them. There's the picture of the giraffe there. Maybe we'll find it. That's so weird, isn't it? It's probably got sat on the shelf somewhere. We will try and get the elephant back in stock at some point. Don't know where the giraffe has gone. It'll turn up. And that's all of them, isn't it? Have we gone all the way back through now? Yeah. Okay. We've also got, with all of these, we did charm squares. Did lots of charm squares. Should we go through them? So let's start with the reusable produce bags. We did a charm square for that. Somewhere. There it is. Groceries charm square. There we go. Found it. Because I love these vegetables, we did these the charm square. I should have gone through this. Now I made this into a bag. It looked really cute as a market bag, and I have actually got a set of instructions for the market tote. Which I've now lost. So there's the groceries charm squares. So you can get that as the 45-inch squares. Okay. Then so I've now got lost as to where. The William Morris. So when we did the cushions, I'm missing the instructions for the market tote. That is what I'm missing. No. So this is the William Morris one. So this matches the cushion. I love these. I like the fact they look like baby cushions, don't they? Well, they are like the front of the cushion, but in miniature. So you've got the fronts, and they're framed. I mean, you could even use those to frame, couldn't you? You could cut them out individually and use them as your charm squares, or you could cut them out as one big piece, like 9 would make a cushion. So that's the William Morris ones. There we go. We will try and get, we've had a message, we will try and get the elephant back because he's sold out. It won't be today, but I will try really hard to get him back for next month. The next one was, so that was the William Morris one. Oh, I'll just do all of them because, well, right, so the vintage sewing one, which we've sold out of the kit of, I'm sure I've got the chart. That's the kit. There's the charm squares. Vintage sewing machine. This desk is actually getting worse. Really confused now. Love this one. So this is really good for any of your sewing room makes, because all of these charm squares feature the vintage sewing machine. You've even got the treadle machine there. You've got the 2 gift tags. Love this one with the square, because this featured on the front of the cushion with the scissors and the tape measures in a wreath of flowers. And then you've got some charm squares that have got safety pins and bobbins and everything. And then you've got, oh Lord, sorry, I've got 8 EPP pieces flying off. But these just look lovely. If you've managed to get the kit before and you want these to make other sewing, they'd be lovely to make like a sewing machine cover for, or just little storage boxes for your sewing room. Just $14.99 for those. How about elephants? Indian elephant charm squares. That's so cute, isn't it? Look at his little smile. Babies ones. These are really sweet, aren't they? So you've got, again, 40 of them. They're 5 inches. So they've got these beautiful, like, Indian elephant-inspired prints. And the elephants as well. I love the jade and the pink in this one. So that's the Indian elephant charm squares. Giraffe. Even though we've lost the giraffe. I'm going to find that giraffe. I wonder where it's gone. I'll probably find it holding a door open somewhere. So this is the giraffe charm squares. And I know loads of you have used this to make different bags with, which does work really well. I'm just moving all the bits that I don't need because I've got so much stuff on my desk. There's the giraffe charm squares. Poor old Levi's trying to pick up all the things that I've put on the floor. So that's the giraffe. I've got the shibori style charm squares. I think we've almost got through all the charm squares. I'm still missing the market tote instructions. Where they've gone. Oh. So what we did with this one, so with the bag that had the shibori style, it was all in the indigo. But Amy popped a little bit of mustard in here, and I think it works really well with it. Because you've got the indigo, you've got that lovely tie-dye look, and the bit of mustard. And then, oh, the last one, I think, is the, actually I can move all of these. Yeah, I don't know, we'll have to just put the instructions on. Oh, Levi's remembered where they are. He's just had a brainwave. Then, for the natural home one, yes, that's what I'm after. Thank you. We'll do that in a minute. Fabulous. Because I love these textures that Amy put into the storage pots, we did these as charm squares. Isn't the crochet gorgeous? It's like sort of crochet with string and rope. You've got these beautiful textures of woven fabrics. Boating holiday. Well, it's sort of stripy and a bit nautical, isn't it? But I love the crochet. I really love fabrics that are of natural things. So I love it when you get fabrics that's of like grass and sky and clouds and bricks and things like that. I think it's fab. So I love these because they're all the sort of natural textures. That was that one. Right, now I found the market. I don't know where the actual bag is. But this is the market bag instructions, and I wrote these because we do so many charm square panels, both Amber makes and Sewing Street, and lots of us. But we buy these charm squares and think, now what am I going to do with this? I do have the bag somewhere. So the bag uses charm squares. Now with this one, it uses the grocer's charm squares. So the bag has charm squares on the front, charm squares on the back, and on the handles and on the pockets. Here's all the pictures. I've also done, to make it really simple, there is a full video tutorial for this. So £9.99, you need 33 charm squares. So if you've bought one charm square panel, that's more than enough. I also made this in, I think, the giraffe as well. But it works really well because all you need is plain fabric that goes between them. And it's a really good way of showcasing charm squares, particularly when they're of pictorial elements that you really want to show as well. And you will need like ½ metre of fabric for the border. So like with this one, I used a calico, and then you need 1 metre of fabric that goes in the lining. But if you've got a lot of charm squares and you want some inspiration of what to do with them, this works really well. Right, I think I have gone through everything. I think. Right, so let's talk about EPP. I just have to get all my bits off the floor. Yeah, let's talk about EPP. Now, with this panel, because start off by cutting it out, but when you get to the all the pre-printed hexes, oh, I just need a pair of scissors. I knew there was a few things I didn't have. Are they fabric scissors? Let's hope so. Sometimes I use scissors here, and they're paper scissors. So the outer front, I'll try these to start with. Let's have those just in case. Sometimes I use scissors here, and they won't cut the fabric. So cut out the outer front hexy piece as one large piece. Oh, I'm having problems with my ears today. There we go. Because we're going to label them before we do anything else. The front hexes, they are all actually printed in the order that you're going to be sewing them together. But if you label them before you cut it out, it makes it so much easier. Now remember, with everything that I'm telling you now, it's all in the instructions, but it's also in the video tutorial. So don't worry that you think, oh, I'm going to forget that. I'm going to just do a few highlights of parts of the design, but it's in the full tutorial. So if you look at this, you've got it, they're in rows. Now what I decided, having thought about the order which to do it, I think it's easier to sew them together in rows and then sew the rows together. Now when you're doing EPP, quite often you might do where you start in the centre and then you sew together around the edge, but sometimes that can get confusing. But honestly, you can sew it together in whatever order you want. But if you label them first, it really makes it easier. So they're in rows, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. So if you label them first, now this is A row, because that's the first one. So if you turn it over, you can see through it really easily. So all I did with each of them is like this one, I put A1, then A2, and A3. Now I'm using an erasable pen, but I'm still going to write them within the seam allowance. Then it doesn't matter if you don't press them out or if you use a pencil. So if you just draw within, you don't need to hold it up to a light because you can see through. When you get to the next row, in order for them to tessellate, you've got half hexes. So just put B1 on that one, B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6 and B7. So if you do that over the whole thing, then you'll know you can use an erasable pen or not, up to you. Then you can then cut them out and you will know which is which. So if I start off, and remember when you turn it over, obviously A row is going to be on the right hand side. When you turn it back, it will now be on the left hand side. So you can now cut them out knowing that they're labelled. So what I found easier, to use a decent pen, oh that's better, I just cut them out roughly. And in fact, what I did was I cut one row at a time. So once you've cut one out roughly, cut along the outer lines. Now, these outer lines include the seam allowance. So you just need to cut out outer lines. This means that you don't need any templates for the fabric. We've done all the work for you, where if you were doing this using normal fabric, you might want to be placing the fabric hexie in the right place on the fabric. But Amy's done that work for you. She's put the print in exactly the right place. So you've got the little sewing bee in exactly the right place, and also the thread that's coming off the sewing bee will join onto the thread of the next one when you join it all together, so you'll have this beautiful seamless pattern. So there's A1, so you can see it says A1 there. What you need to do now is take one of your hexes, which come in your kit. So a hexie, there are different ways of describing them. I always describe fabric hexagons as hexes and paper ones as hexagons. Paper hexagons, fabric hexie. And then when you put it all together, it becomes a hexie. That's all explained in the instructions, but it just sort of, it helps a bit if you remember what each one is called. So take one of your paper hexagons, and I'm going to label that one A1. And then I know when I join it together which is which. Now, there are two ways of doing EPP. The traditional way is obviously not using glue. You would take your paper hexagon and put it centrally on top of here and pin it into place. And then you will tack the fabric round. That's entirely up to you. Some people prefer the slower process of doing the tacking. It's more traditional. Other people just want to do it quickly. The benefit of using this fabric glue, which we do have, and I'm going to find for you. Please do get one of these if you want to do gluing. £6.99. They're Soline glue pen. This is the one that I use all the time. It's water soluble. When you buy the pen, it comes with one refill. So there's one in the pen, one refill. So you've actually got 2 glue sticks. It has been designed specifically for fabric. It won't gum up your needle if you happen to sew through it. It washes out if you need to. It dries clear, but this is your best friend when it comes to EPP. You will find that you get through quite a lot of the glue sticks, so I've also put in the refills. So £6.99 the pen. Obviously, you only ever need one pen once, unless you lose it. But if you want the refills, £7.99 for 6. So if you're doing a lot of EPP, do get yourself the refills as well. So this one is mine. Now I'm going to do mine with glue. Gluing is quicker. That's it really. It's quicker and therefore maybe a little bit more accurate because you can fold the fabric round probably a little bit more tightly, but it isn't the traditional method, and it really is a personal choice. So if I'm using the glue, I put a little dot of glue on the back. Make sure that your label on your A1 is facing the same way as you've done that, because obviously, particularly with the sewing bee, there is a top and a bottom, otherwise you'll have upside down bees and spools. And then place this centrally on the fabric hexagon. You don't need to measure that. It's 1/4 inch all the way round. You can judge that by eye. And then to glue it into place, do one side at a time and always work in the same direction when you're doing all your hexagons. So what I would say to you is, I'm obviously showing you how to do one. When you do it all, if I was you, I would cut out a whole row and then cut all of the hexagons, all the hexes out and clip them together, and do that for all of them. And then you can sit down and do all your sticking and all your gluing at the same time. It's just quite nice to have all your hexes ready and prepared, then you can sew them together. You could just do one row at a time if you think, well, I'll just stick all the hexagons to the hexes in the A row and then sew them together. That's up to you. So just spread a little bit of glue along the top edge and fold the fabric over. And then always work in the same direction. Doesn't matter whether we're going left or right, just always do it the same way. Turn it round and spread another little bit of fabric glue. Obviously this piece will be on top of the fabric. And fold it over. And then go round like this. Spread another little bit and fold it over. And another little bit and fold it over. And the reason that you do it this way is that then everything is overlapping in the same way. It just helps everything to lay a bit flatter on the back. You only need a little bit. You don't need to put loads on. When you get to the final one, obviously you've got a bit of fabric and a bit of paper. And then you fold that round there, and that is your shape done. So you can see, if you've tacked before and never used glue, how much quicker that is. So that's your A1 done and ready. It's labelled A1, you know which way up it is, so that makes it a lot simpler. When you come to do the half hexes, which are on the odd rows, so the B, the D, F, they're just half hexes, cut these out in exactly the same way. Again, make sure you've labelled it first. I've done that one. So this one is, I think this one is B7, but I just want to show you how you do that. So when you're doing EPP, in order to fill in the gaps, because you want your finished piece to be regular, you use partial hexes. So what I've done with this one, I've used half hexes for the top and the bottom, but for the edges, I haven't used partial hexes because they are quite little pieces, and if you're new to EPP, that can be fiddly. So with this one, what I've done is you join together all the halves and the holes and you trim it afterwards. There's a diagram in the instructions of where you trim it, and it's also in the video. So when you come to do a half hexie, cut out your half hexie, and then take one of your hexagon papers and really simply, where did I put that? You cut the hexagon. So all you do is you cut it from one point to another, like that. If you haven't got a rotary cutter, just draw a line in pencil and cut along it. If you do, you can just do this. Just cut it in half. Oh, I managed to cut through two there. There we go. So now we've got a half one. So this is really easy, exactly the same. Don't forget to label it. So that one says B7, so I'm going to label that one B7. Place it on top of there. Make sure it's central. And exactly the same thing. Fold it over. Fold it round. Fold it over. When you do half or partial hexes, you'll have little ears. These little bits of fabric. Let me just go all the way around and I'll show you. So what you'll have, these little ears of fabric sticking up, do not cut those off. If you cut them off, it'll sort of, well, it'll all start unraveling a bit and you might get frayed bits. When you're sewing the whole piece together, these will be tucked to the inside. When you trim your finished piece afterwards, they will be cut off. But when you're actually doing it, don't trim them off at that point because they can sometimes start fraying. Once you've done them all, you can then clip them together. And what I've done with this, so this is some of the A's and the B's, is clip them together so that you've got a pile of A's, a pile of B's, a pile of C's. How am I doing for time? About 2 minutes. It's not very much, is it? Dang. Right, I'm just going to show you with my, I'm going to get a needle. Let me just show you very quickly, because I've got a little bit of 2 minutes, how to sew them together. Ooh, what's happened to my thread? Now, it's entirely up to you what sewing thread you use. Some people prefer to use very fine thread. Some people prefer to use cotton thread. Some people prefer to use polyester thread. I personally prefer to use polyester thread because it's a little bit stronger. It's a little bit stronger than cotton thread. But honestly, it's entirely up to you. When it comes to colour, there's the tricky thing, because quite often you'll be sewing different colours together, so just use something neutral. My favourite neutral thread is a mauvey grey, but you could use whatever. So I'm going to sew together, what number have I got here? I'll sew B2 and B3 together because I happen to have those. So when you've got them all together, actually I've got B1 is at the top. Lay them all in a horizontal row. Look at your labels to make sure that they're all facing the right way because you've labelled them already. So if I sew B1 to B2, place them right sides facing, like so. Now, to keep it nice and steady while you're sewing, just clip them together at one end. You don't have to do that, but it does help. And then when you sew them together, you're using a whip stitch, which is basically an over sewing stitch. You can start with a knot. I don't like using knots because I don't like tying them, but that's up to you. So pull your thread through, then leave a little length because you can hold that down with your finger now to stop it coming undone. and then work a few over sewing stitches on top of each other. I normally do about 3, and that holds it all in place. Then whip stitch along the edge, which basically means you try and work only into the fabric and not into the paper. Take the thread through the hexagon at the back and at the front and pull it all the way out. So you're making a horizontal stitch. And then you work a small diagonal to the next place and work another horizontal. So you can see that that thread is going to go diagonally and my needle is going horizontally. It's entirely up to you how close you work your stitches. Don't get too hung up about it. It doesn't really matter. You know, it's your EPP. You're supposed to be able to see the stitches on the front. That's the point. It's a handmade look. And then you sew them all together like this. When you get to the end of one shape, just do that really quickly because I need to finish. Work a couple of stitches on top of each other to finish your thread, and then you can cut it off. This is a beautiful slow sewing project. Thanks, Rebecca and Amy from Lynn. Oh, I know, I love EPP, Lynn, because it is. So you sew the whole lot together like this. Sew everything together in rows and then sew all the rows. But honestly, it's all in the instructions. It's all in the tutorial. Thanks so much for watching this hour. I will see you back in a couple of minutes' time. Adam will be here. We have a few, and when I say a few, I mean a few, of these patterns left. Isn't it gorgeous? I'll show you what it looks like full length in the neck after, so you can see the shape at the bottom. And I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about this beautiful jacket. It is gorgeous, isn't it? It's the perfect jacket if you want to make a patchwork jacket. This isn't a patchwork jacket, obviously, but I kind of think, because I'm a little bit obsessed with them, it is the perfect jacket for that. It can be reversible. It can be bound, but doesn't it have facings as well?
It does. So there's loads of options for this jacket. I love it.
Oh, and we have 2 patterns left.
2?
2.
Was it 200?
Two.
Two. Only
Two.
left.
We only have 2 left. So be very quick. Which, to be fair, I have been wearing it all morning and been whittering on about it and how much I like it and what a lovely jacket it is. And we have 64 people with it in baskets. Yeah, and now, yeah. We're going to have to do it again, aren't we? It's gone.
Sure.
It's gone. That's ridiculous. I mean, I have been talking about it since this morning. And
Yeah,
it is a gorgeous jacket, isn't it?
It is beautiful. But listen, hey, the pattern might have sold out, but there's some fabulous techniques I can show.
Yes, and we have
fabulous
fabric too. So what fabric would you recommend? Because obviously we have sold, how many did we have, Ben? Was it 200 or something? Yeah, loads. Obviously all those people will be needing fabric now.
That's it.
So what fabric would you recommend?
I really like the idea of a quilted version, but obviously to quilt up your own fabric, you know, takes time. So it's going to be a longer project if you do that. But then you can really add your stamp and style like Jane's done, Sussex Seamstress, with the one you're wearing.
Well, yeah, she's done just lines of running stitch.
Yeah.
Like
and
Sashko.
giving that Sashko effect.
I mean, that honestly is it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So she's got, is it? No, it's lined with...
Yeah.
Like a gauze, actually. And then she's just done lines of running stitch across it.
It's beautiful. And I
is
think testament to the
beautiful.
fact that if you're going to delve into anything like Sashko or embroidery or anything, like, it doesn't have to be complicated to get the best effect.
Well, no, this
Like,
is lines of long running stitch, isn't
Yeah.
it? And it really... But she's used different colours.
I know, and she's been really careful with the tones of the colours as well. It's fabulous. So yeah, a quilted one would be my first choice. In which case, then you're binding the edges.
So like exactly like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And my tip for that would be to quilt your fabric first,
Right.
and then cut your pattern pieces. So that you're eliminating the shrinkage part, if that makes sense.
So quilt it and wash it.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. What I'm saying is, what you could do is you could cut the pieces and then quilt it, but you might have some shrinkage when you're underneath the machine.
Yeah, no, I think
I
would, because when I've done them, I would have made big squares or rectangles.
Yes, to accommodate your pattern piece.
Then wash it.
Yes.
And then so it shrink, and then cut it out.
Yeah, that would make sense.
In which case, what do you do about the seams?
I would bind the seams.
On the
it was
inside?
me. If it was quilted, yeah, I'd do like a Hong Kong finish, as it's sometimes called.
Right. But what if you want it reversible?
Then, yeah, that's where it'd be a bit trickier. So to make it reversible, you'd have to make sure it had got a lining in some way. So you'd probably be just quilting through 2 layers. Would you do you if you patchwork to fabric and then quilting with your wadding?
Yeah.
And then you'd make a lining as well. That would make it more complicated, but it's doable.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Definitely more advanced.
Yeah.
But yeah, any kind of then quilting weight cotton, even some of our denims work well as with quilting.
Well, yes, because they're not all heavyweight ones,
No,
are
the
they?
lighter ones really work well.
I mean, this would be beautiful, wouldn't it?
Oh,
The
absolutely.
paisley denim. Look at this. So 18.99. Now, talk to me about fabric quantities. We've put 2.5 meters here, Adam. So is that enough for the lined or not lined or?
So your 2.5 meters without facing, that does up to your size 30. So yeah, that's making sure, obviously, that's without the facing. So you might need more with facing.
If you're doing facing.
It actually says, you know, hang on, let me get this right, let me be clear. Let's start again. It's 2.3 meters for the largest side without the facing.
Right, so if you do the bound edge like the one I'm wearing, this is enough fabric.
Absolutely.
Fabulous.
But just bear in mind, you're then going to need a lining fabric if you're going to line it.
If you want to line it.
Yeah, or if you're going to quilt it, you need what
Yeah.
you're going to make your quilt sandwich with. It depends how you're going to do it.
Okay, but if you're just going to line it, so what Jane has done with hers is she's used like a gauze to line it.
Yeah.
And that's, in fact, I mean, you don't even need to line it though, do you?
No, no.
Because you could still bind it without lining it.
Yeah, it depends how heavy weight you want it. And I think this is down to personal choice. If you're going to quilt it, it's going to be a stiffer, thicker
And this isn't
jacket.
quilted, this one. It's got a very lightweight lining on it and it's embroidered. So you could have 2.5 metres. You could still do the, or you don't even need to do the embroidery and it will still work absolutely fine. And $18.99 for the fabric is amazing, isn't it? And that's a good weight.
Yeah. What we're doing it out of today slightly heavier, which is going to make a really nice denim.
Okay. So this one is perfect. This would be perfect for a lighter weight denim. So basically the jacket changes weight depending on the fabric you make. So the one that you're using is this medium weight denim.
Yeah.
So again, there's 2.5 metres. So this is a medium colour. This is kind of traditional.
Yeah.
Yes, so this is medium. And that's the one that you're using. Absolutely. Again, you see, this is where you can do embroidery.
Yeah, honestly.
You can keep it simple. You could use this denim, but really pick out in the binding. You could really, I mean, like a Liberty binding.
Yeah, like this look. Yeah, let me show you this. I know this might not be everybody's choice, but this is a Sewing Street fabric that I've made my own binding up.
I think that's beautiful.
You know,
I think like a floral or like a Liberty binding on a denim.
Yeah, it just works.
Is gorgeous.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's so much options with this. And I'd be tempted, I kind of did it on another quilted jacket I've done before, is maybe use like colours of the rainbow, for instance, with your straight running stitch, your sash like, or whatever gradient of colour that you wanted. Like Jane's done a little bit on there.
Because when you look at this one, you can see she's done different colours, which I think is really clever. But you don't have to do that. Make it as simple or as complicated as you want. Once you've got your pattern, make more than one.
Absolutely.
So again, you don't need to line this, but you can line it. It's entirely up to you. So that's the medium weight denim. I've also got the medium colour, the light colour denim. I haven't got the dark one though. Have you got the dark one, Ben? Ben.
Has he fallen asleep?
Ben. This is the light coloured denim. That's the light coloured denim. Did you say you had the dark? Yeah. I haven't got it here. Oh, is that the dark? Oh, it's inside out. Inside out. I thought that was grey.
It always gets folded inside out, this one. And I don't know why, every time.
Yeah, did you not? I thought that was some random grey fabric.
Yeah, look.
Well, why is it folded inside out?
I don't know.
This is the light coloured denim. $23.99 for 2.5 metres, which is enough to make the full jacket up to the largest size if you're going to bind it. If you want to line it, obviously you'll need 2.5 metres of lining, but you can use anything for that, and you don't have to line it. That's purely preference. So that's the light coloured denim. And if you want the dark coloured denim, turn the right way round. That really confused me. But you know what? You could have used several denims. You could have if you don't want to do the patchwork, but you like the idea of different colours, do the fronts and the backs and the sleeves all in different fabrics. And actually, what would look stunning is to do them in different denims.
Yeah.
I would like that.
I think it really works doing that with denim. Actually.
It does.
I've got a shirt, it's exactly like that, that's colour blocked. And, you know, the sleeves aren't the same. You know,
I think it looks really nice. Colour block denim works really well. So this is the dark denim, $23.99. So that's your 2.5 metre bundle. Ben, do we have it available by the ½ metre? Right. Could you? No. He's going to have a look for me. Well, I'm just thinking, if you did want to colour block denim, we do normally have it available by the ½ metre as well, which we'll just have a look at. We've also got it in these gorgeous enzyme wash linens. This is my favourite colour. Now, this, I think, would make the most beautiful jacket.
It would, yeah.
It's the beautiful colour. It's sort of, I don't know what is, no, it's green. This one's green. This is teal, definitely. I think that's lovely. And also, you've got quite a lot of drape with this linen, so it will hang nicely.
It does, yeah, it would. It's really nice to work with. Again, yeah, I think this would be a really good choice for this jacket.
Well, you could even have this on one side and the denim on the other.
Yeah.
A real...
It's so versatile, honestly.
Well, it's quite nice though. You could have that jacket, you know, you go out in the day in the denim and out in the evening.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. What a brilliant idea.
So that when you like, in the day, you've got your denim on, and then in the evening, you've got your posh.
Yeah, like that idea.
So £28.99 for that, that's 2.5 metres. Oh, we haven't got the denim by the half metre. Oh, it's obviously all sold. It's all been put into the bundles. Then we've got the denim in the linen in, what is this called? Dark grey. Well, it isn't. That's definitely plain chocolate.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
I agree. It's got more of a brownie taste.
Yeah, that is definitely, I'd even go, yeah, that's like Bourneville, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
That's definitely brown.
Yeah.
Well, Ben's saying it's purple.
It's funny, on screen it looks a little bit purple.
On screen, it does look a bit purple, but it is the colour of plain chocolate. He's coming out. Quality control is coming out. That is the colour of plain chocolate.
Nah, hang on.
Oh, it's more brown. It's definitely not purple.
That is purple to me.
No, it's not.
No. It's definitely not purple.
Do you know what?
It's a grey brown.
Do you know what? When I was a young man,
When
I
I
had
was
a towel that I thought was grey.
Yeah.
And everyone said to me, no, it's like a deep brown or a brownish colour. I thought it was grey. I might be colourblind.
Maybe you are, because that, I mean, on screen, to be fair, it does look purple.
No, but here, to me...
That looks purple. Here's texting. I just think if I had a bar of plain chocolate, it would look that colour.
Yeah, definitely. I see what you're
going.
Bundles.
Yeah, we'll
We're
check.
in trouble, aren't we?
So this one is plain chocolate, otherwise known as purple. It's called dark grey. I mean, it isn't. If it was grey, it's a brown grey. It's definitely not grey. And then it's dark, and it's a lovely shade of dark brown because it's a really soft and gentle.
Yeah.
Text. I agree with Ben. That's purple from Fran. But Fran, it does look purple on screen. Honestly.
Yeah, it's not that colour
I mean,
in real life.
Look. That looks purple. It isn't.
See, looking at the screen, I'd go aubergine, but it's not.
It's not. The
It's
screen
more
has
brown.
got it wrong. It's definitely plain chocolate.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Plain chocolate. I want chocolate now.
These look nice as a colour block together, actually, don't they? Don't they look nice together? Now it's become brown now. I've put it next to the cream, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Right, so then this is the cream. There we go. Right, okay, so is there anything else you need for this? Because there's no fastenings.
No, I mean, you could, like you've said, add a magnetic fastening or a
And you can go either way. You can go left over right or right over left.
Yeah.
I've gone this way purely because otherwise it interferes with my microphone.
But that's how traditionally it would be for a lader.
Yes.
But I mean, in this day and age, it doesn't matter. Do it
Doesn't really
whichever way
matter.
feels comfortable. Yeah, right over left.
Whichever you fancy.
Yeah, but other than that,
So you could have a magnetic clasp, you could have a little
Yeah.
toggle, a little press, a brooch.
Yeah, a brooch would really dress it up, wouldn't it? Yeah,
Like a
really
brooch.
nice idea.
Or nothing.
Well, yeah, or just as your.
Because actually, you can just have it.
Well, you get that lovely waterfall effect.
Yeah,
then,
let me just take
if
my
it's
thingy off.
open.
Right, so then you get that kind of waterfall. See?
Front kind of thing.
Shimmy.
And do you know what? A really good thing. I've got a friend that watches the show, Sandra. Shout out to you.
Hi, Sandra.
Who, has a wheelchair. And she said this would be the perfect garment for me because of that V at the bottom. There's not all the fabric
Yes.
there.
Yes.
So actually, when you're sitting down,
It's really nice. I did promise I'd show you. Shall I come out?
Come and show us.
I've got
Just see
clean
what we
socks
want by
on.
this V.
And I have got my new shoes.
Oh, they're nice.
My new Dr. Martens.
Oh, they're very
I'm here.
nice.
Can you go back so you can see? We're trying. I'm really close to the camera. There we go. So you can see, because of this thingy, this waterfall thing, like a flash. Woo!
Have some watches.
I'm not doing it again. No. Woo! That's it. So you then get that nice V, and then if I turn round, actually look at the lovely quilt, the lovely sheshko on this.
Yeah,
and it's a straight back, but it creates that nice V. Yes, so like you say, in a wheelchair, sitting down, it's not all in the way, is it? There you go. I did promise.
There you go.
Right.
And I like your new shoes.
Oh, my new shoes, yeah. It's taken me 3 weeks to wear them, but they're quite comfy now. Right.
Very nice.
What are we going to make?
We're going to show you the darts on the front. We're going to show you the sleeve, I think. And I'll explain the facings as well, because if you're not going to do the bound version,
right.
You know, genius, the facings are there to finish it off, so you don't have to fully line it either.
Right, okay.
And it all works.
Right.
So when you're cutting out, here's a note for any dress pattern that you're following. Always pay attention to the grain lines. Because of the asymmetry of this piece and the crossover and the angles, might be a bit tempting to use that as a straight line and go along the straight grain along here. No, that's why I've highlighted this grain line to remind me to tell you. Make sure you look at your grain line. And for anybody that's new to dressmaking, you line that up with the edge of the fabric, the long edge of the fabric, the self edge, yeah? So make sure that that's nice and straight when you're cutting out. We've got your darts here as well, and I've marked them. And we're just gonna sew the darts on the front panels, on the front pieces. So I've marked with a erasable pen on here, but you could use chalk. I've also, to initially mark the end of the dart, I'd use a bit of different coloured cotton. Like a tailor's tack almost. And I'd just gone with my needle through the pattern piece, through both pieces.
Right.
So I know that both were in exactly the same place. And
so you did them, okay, no, that makes sense.
Yeah. You can do it with a pin, put a pin through, and then just get under and use a pen or a piece of chalk to mark the edge. And then when I'm pinning darts, I tend to, well, I've got some notches at the end here, at the dart legs, as we call them. So I tend to match those up. I tend to pin the point of the dart first, because that anchors that part. Then I'm folding it in half, and I'm going through that line that I've chalked on or drawn on. And if I've got it matched up perfectly, yeah, I have, then the pin will come through the line on the opposite side. Yeah?
Okay.
So that's what we're aiming for.
Oh, so it's worth marking those lines,
yeah,
so that you can make sure that you've pinned it correctly.
Yeah, because then you know you're getting it symmetrical. Because otherwise you can skew the dart and then end up putting it in the wrong place,
right,
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Bit easier with this one because the pattern's been true. Do you see how I've pinned that? Now, let me put it the right way up. Right, so once the dart's sewn in place, you've got that happening there. But you think, well, what is this bit? Well, that's because the pattern has been what we call trued, so that when that dart is pressed downwards, remember we saying earlier, always press downwards. Do you see how that fits exactly within the seam? Yeah? We sometimes call that like a witch's hat. It's that triangle bit there. And once that's
lines
pressed...
up beautifully.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I always say, it's a mark of a good pattern because it's been thought about. Anyway, we're going to sew this now. Back stitch at the beginning.
Yeah, because otherwise, if you didn't do that sticky out bit, then what would happen? Would it just be indented a bit?
Yeah, it might fall short of the seam, or it might overhang, which isn't too much of an issue. But yeah, it's a well-made pattern. Of course it is. It's Sussex Seamstress.
Yeah.
Right, and
but I guess you know these because you look at all these patterns. You'll know which one you think.
Yeah.
Amateur.
No, I don't do that.
Very nice.
Okay, I've not backstitched at the very point of the dart. I always sew from the widest point of the dart, the widest part of the dart to the point, come off the machine, and then don't backstitch.
You actually sew off.
Yeah, actually sew off, just by a stitch, just so the needle comes off.
So that you don't actually stop on the fabric.
Yeah, and then I'm just going to knot that off there. I'm not pulling really tightly because that can also create a pucker. I'm just literally doing it enough just to tie that off 3 times for good luck, and then just snip that there.
Just to stop them coming undone. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Okay, and then we're just going to press that downwards using your tailor's ham. So just place it over.
Very important, tailor's ham.
Yeah, over there. And all that's doing is just giving you that shape, that curve. You might want to do it with a bit of steam. And I usually do it from the inside first and then turn it right way round. And then just, I want to get that end of the dart there on a round bit, because that's going to be the roundest part of the bust. It's just about using your tailor's ham to get the shape. You can use the end there like that if you want. Oh, and then just give that a nice press. And that dart should go into infinity, into nothing, basically. There we go, and press that open. And then you've got a nice pressed bust dart there. So there's 2, 1 on each side. And then what we're going to do is do shoulder seams to the back piece. So here's my back piece, which is cut on fold.
So is both sides identical?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is why you can wear it whichever way you want. Just another thing, there's a nice little bit of shaping here if you see the back, and it's the same on the front. Nice gentle curve along that line there. I'll lift it up. And that's just giving a nice bit of shape into the garment without being extreme. It's not really, really fitted, but it's just...
Yeah, no, but it has got a little bit of shape.
So we've got the back piece here, and then what we're going to do is place the front pieces to the back pieces at the shoulder. And you want to make sure that you're doing it to the correct shoulder. And one quick way to just remind yourself is have a look where the armhole is on both pieces, and they should match. So do you see I've got the armhole on the front and the back piece matching up, which is right. I know that sounds really obvious, but the amount of times when I was starting, and I used to just pin the shoulder seams together and go, oh gosh, I've done that the wrong way around. You know, it's very easy to, especially when you're starting and it's getting used to doing things inside out, back to front, because that's what sewing is a lot of the time, isn't it?
Yeah, well, everything is sewn, not everything, nearly everything is sewn inside out, isn't it?
Yeah.
You do get used to that. So when you suddenly have to sew something non-inside, like a French seam, you think, oh, I must be wrong.
Yeah, it throws you. Seam allowance is 1 centimetre, so we're going to sew this at 1 centimetre. Here we go. And back stitch at the beginning, of course, and then at the end as well.
So all of these fabric bundles, which are all 2.5 metres, are enough for the biggest size, but just one-sided, so not lined. But you can, as Adam's showing, you can do it single-sided. You don't have to line this jacket. I mean, although this one I'm wearing, they're both very lightweight fabrics. This would give the same effect if it wasn't lined. So we've got the denim in the 3 colours, the paisley denim and the 3 stonewashed linens.
I'm just going to quickly sew the side seams as well so we can move on to the sleeve. Because I'd say probably inserting the sleeve is probably the trickiest part in this pattern.
It's quite simple then.
Yeah, I think so. And the way I'll show you to do the sleeve, it's, again, just techniques like I was explaining earlier about pinning in certain places and then easing in. See that dart now as we were talking? That's sitting lovely and flush against the side seam. I'm going to put a pin through that so it stays down.
Right, okay.
Because when I put it through the machine, I want to make sure that that's not going to be sewn either back on itself or skew with. Yeah. It's like when you're sewing over pressed open seams and things like that, you want to make sure, I always make a point of putting a pin in at that point.
Just to hold it in place.
Just to hold it so it's being sewn correctly.
Yeah, because I guess if you've gone to all the trouble of doing the dart and pressing it down, you need to sew it down as well.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. And, you know, that's what you start to then pay more attention to when you're making your garments and sewing, to be honest, is the finish on the inside. And I tend to make sure all my seams go towards the back of the garment, or the seam allowance. Right, so we'll just sew this side seam here. I'll do the one and then we'll get on to doing the sleeve. This actually, once you've done this bit and sewn the side seams and got the sleeves in, if you're doing the bound version, all that's left to do is bind it.
Yes, I
So
see
it's-
what you mean, yes.
And you can bind it on the machine. I mean, I know that when we're quilting and finishing off a quilt, maybe you'd want to hand finish the binding, which you can absolutely do, no problem. What I would tend to do when I'm binding stuff in dressmaking is sew the binding onto the wrong side first, and then pull it over to the right side and stitch right along the edge of the binding.
Yeah.
That way you've got control, almost like a top stitch, on that binding of how it looks.
Yes, yeah. I do that with quilts now, actually, because
you?
I prefer to sew and then machine sew it on and then hand sew it under. But if I haven't got time or I want it to be strong and top stitch, I just can't top stitch it the other way around. It always misses. However perfectly I pin the binding, it always misses somehow. So I do it that way round with the quilt.
Yeah.
And then it looks neater.
That's it. I'm just making sure I've got the right sleeve piece to put into this side. Okay, yeah. So double notches for my back and then one notch for the front and then one notch for the shoulder point. I'm just going to move that out of the way for a second. Okay, so this is quite simple in terms of we're just going to match the underarm seam here now. And again, pins. And if you're new to sewing, I would recommend tacking it as well, which is just like a long basting stitch to keep it in place until you get confident. But I mean, pins do the job well enough for this bit. But any long seam, we were saying this earlier on today, make sure you pin it, because if your fabric walks and then you end up with one piece being an inch longer than the other, you're in trouble. Right, and then again in here. So just going to sew that now. So I'm constructing the sleeve first. The dress that we made this morning, the sleeve was put in flat, so we didn't construct the sleeve till afterwards. But because this is a setting sleeve,
you make the sleeve first.
I'm just going to sew all the way a centimetre. And then what you're going to want to do when you've done this is press the underarm seam and finish it off in some way. Now that could be with a bound edge. So if you were going to bind the inside seams, because it's a centimetre seam allowance, you probably want a narrow binding. And it's quite good, actually. The self-binding tools that you can get usually come in different sizes.
Yes,
so
if
you're making your own, it's
yeah, and I think it's worth doing that, isn't it?
yeah.
Because then you can get a lot of binding out of quite a small amount of fabric as well.
It's amazing. All of that I showed you, and I've already used some, was out of a fat quarter.
Wow. Because it can all be joined together. So.
Yeah, and I think it's a good scrap buster in terms of if you've got scrap fabric. So you'd have pressed this underarm seam. And again, you can get, like with the ham, you can get the sleeve press as well, which is like a bit of a roll, and you can put that in. But I want to get on to show you how the sleeve goes in.
The sleeve.
Okay. So what I'm very visual. So I like to lay the garment out how it's going to be. So there's my front. Let me lay it out nice and flat so we can see what's going on. Obviously, I've not sewn the other side yet because I'm skipping ahead to show you how this sleeve goes in. So that's your front. We can hopefully see that now. We've got our side seam in and I've got the sleeve sewn there. Just move that to a side for a minute. So there's my underarm seam. Okay, and I should have my notch, one notch in the front, and then the notch for the sleeve, the shoulder seam, and then my two notches for the back. So the sleeve, basically, I'll lie it how it needs to be. Does that make sense?
Much more sense. I think it's worth doing that, actually, because sometimes you get I get sort of really confused and caught up by front, back, if I got the left sleeve in the right sleeve.
Yeah.
So it's really worth doing that.
And whenever I watch any video, apart from Jane's probably, but a lot of them out there will go, you post it through here, inside out, and honestly, that gets confusing, even for me sometimes, and I don't know how to do it. I just lay it out how it should be. That's how it needs to be
That's what
sewn.
it's got to look
Somehow,
like. Yeah,
there.
somehow
Right.
that's got to happen.
Here's the trick. So you've got it laid out like that. What I tend to do is get my underarm seam. So you've got to be right sides together. So you see, I've got my underarm seam here on the bodice and my underarm seam of the sleeve. And I join those and I pin it together. Right?
Yeah, because that's the kind of one anchor point.
Yeah, that's your first anchor point. And everything from now on is going to be super easy because you're just going to follow that round now and you know you're going to get it right. I'm going to match up my one notch. That's my next anchor point. And as a tip, because I'm going to sew it on the inside, I'm pinning on the inside of that circle.
Okay. Oh, so on the inside, so you mean the sleeve side?
Yes. Making sure my seam allowance is open here. You would have pressed it. I'm going to match that to the sleeve head notch.
Oh, okay.
Now, this is one of those points, because I'm doing the seam allowance open, I'll put a pin in there, and I might put another one just to make sure that seam allowance is going to stay flat under the machine. I'm pinning it back to front because I'm doing it on the inside. Let's do it that way. And then I forget, and everything doesn't have to be mirrored.
Oh, yeah.
You know when you're teaching somebody once to...
Yes.
So I try and mirror it.
Yeah, no, that was...
And then I've got my back notches lined up here. So I've got those anchor points, your underarm, your shoulder point, the notch on the front and the notch on the back.
Okay.
Yeah, well, sorry, the two notches on the back. Then what I tend to do is go for the underarm bit first because I can stick another pin in there and that should match almost perfectly. There's not really any easing to be done between the underarm and the notches. So between the underarm and here and underarm and here. Now, this is where, if you've never done a set-in sleeve before, you might go, I've gone wrong, I don't know what's happening. Because there's going to be more fabric in the sleeve than there is in the armhole.
Right, okay.
Right, and this is where we have to use a technique called easing. If we didn't have this, you'd be very restricted in where you can move your arm. We need more fabric at the top of the shoulder so you can actually move your arm when you're wearing the garment. So do you see, I've got the ease there. Now I'm going to take it between my fingers.
You just need to move you. Just watch your head.
Sorry.
I know,
So,
it's hard, isn't it?
I've also, like, if I was just to pin...
I'd be like, oh, what am I going to do
Yeah.
with that bit?
So here, I just need to give it a little bit, but not enough to cause a pucker, right? And then again, I'm just going to go in here.
So it's not, you don't gather it then?
No.
How do you...
So because I've been doing this art, I can probably get it achieved by just moving the pins around and doing it between my fingers. Now, a tip, right, especially if there's a lot of ease in a garment, would be to put some gathering stitches in, but only to pull it up just enough.
Yeah, okay.
Because we don't want...
You don't really want a gather.
We don't want it to catch any gathers. It'd just be using a gathering stitch to pull it up just enough to ease it on.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Does that make sense? And then all you have to do is just move and fiddle around with your pins a little bit so that you get it nice and flat. The other thing that helps is sewing inside the circle and sewing it as a circle, and I'll show you that when we get to the machine in a second. The way I visualise sewing it is as it's going to be. It sounds a little bit daft, but actually it does work.
Yeah, because I can't see, when you're pinning it like that, that looks like you're going to end up sewing a pleat.
Yeah, well, let's hope that I don't.
No, I'm sure you won't. I know you won't.
Put the pressure on
But
me.
that's how it, like, I look at that and go, oh, God.
Now, listen, if there's any bit that you think, oh, gosh, yeah, that's going to pleat, whatever, just move your pins and play around. And at this stage, if you are new to setting in a sleeve, tack it down. Right? That's the best advice I can give you. Everybody says, oh, you know, you should always tack things. And I see people go mad that nobody tacks things on the sewing bee. I mean, I never did, but because of time.
Well, you wouldn't have had time.
You don't have time, but you have time at home. So this is one of those stages where I'd go, yes, tack it. Okay.
And is that where you can then ease it?
Yes, a little bit as well, yeah. And it's just more secure than pins. And then you're not having to worry as well about pins. So, right, I'm on the inside of this circle now. Okay, and I'm at a centimetre seam allowance. I'm just going to lower my foot. I'm going to lower my needle and just take that first pin out. Now, as I sew it, I'm not going to stretch it out flat. I don't know if you can, it's hard to show you. I'm not going to stretch it out flat like that. I'm going to keep it as a circle.
Oh, okay. So keep it facing.
Yeah.
So rather than, rather than having it flat on your machine, and which is what I would do.
Yeah.
You actually keep the circle.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And because if you pull it out flat, you run the risk then of stretching it out, and then there's a temptation to stretch the ease on, and that's not going to be right either.
Oh, so you don't stretch. See, this is where I'd be going wrong. I would have it flat, and I'd stretch one fabric to fit the other.
Right. There's some method in the madness. You've got a concave and a
Yes.
The other one. Convex, that's it. And where I'm going to be sewing at that centimetre should be just the right amount of fabric to ease on. Although it looks a lot at the very edge.
Yes.
Because it's a curve.
Oh, I see. So it looks like loads, but where you come in a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm loving these tips.
Right. And honestly, you'll find it so much easier if you tack it as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And also with the sleeve uppermost.
Yeah. Right, I'm at a centimetre. It's hard to kind of keep it as a circle, but as it's going under, I'm getting it under like that. That's what I'm thinking when I'm sewing.
Okay, so just a curve.
Yeah.
Really.
And I'm constantly moving the bottom layer underneath as well, and just making sure it's all sitting flat. And it's just sewing a bit at a time. This is not a seam that you're just going to whiz down. You do a bit at a time, yeah? Okay. The pressure's on now. This is like when I did an invisible zip with you. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that'll work well though. I know, but I've done this and I've ended up with little pleats and thought, well, there we are.
The trick is to go slow. Now, I'm doing something really quite naughty because I haven't tacked it and I'm leaving my pins in, right?
Yeah, but I do that sometimes.
Yeah. I'm going slow, so...
I think when I did how to do a circular seam, I always leave the pins in. Because as long as you go slowly, you won't do anything.
No.
But it's so, when you're trying to battle with curves, fabrics, and take pins out at the same time, it's just too much.
So this is why tacking this would just be amazing.
Okay.
I mean, I watched Jane putting in her sleeves by Sussex Seamstress on her tutorial video.
Yeah.
She does it without any pins. But she's
No
doing the
way.
Yeah, she does. She's amazing. Honestly, she's amazing.
With no pins?
No pins. I see her just easy. But she's done it for years and years and years and just knows under the machine.
She knows that it's
exactly how much and how to manipulate it. But you're going to tack yours, especially if it's your first time.
I would. No, I would honestly end up with little pleats in this.
You see how slow I'm going, though?
Yeah, yeah.
This is where it's a marathon, not a sprint. And the thing is, it's so tempting once you get under a machine, you just want to have that feeling of putting your foot down.
Yeah.
But this is one part that you can't. It's taking your time. And to be honest, I've got over the hard bit there now. Let's just hope I've not caught it anywhere where there's puckers, because everything I said then all fallen apart.
Oh, yeah, because I can see on the camera the underside of that. It's looking fine so far.
Okay.
It's looking at everyone else. That's the problem. You can see, but everyone else can see the other side.
Yeah.
It's looking good.
Okay, let's see. We're all right for time, yeah. And I'm just coming to the underarm again now, and I'm just going to back stitch and come off. Fingers crossed. Okay. I have now taken all my pins out as well.
Oh, I'm going to have to come and look.
There we go.
Yeah, see, when the last time I did one of these actually was when I made your shirt.
See, there's some
I had
ease there.
pleats.
Did you?
Yeah, I thought maybe that was part of the
I've got a
design.
pin in there still. No, it's the
I had
ease.
a pole dark shirt. Well, pole dark had gathers, and if it's good enough for Aidan Turner, it's good enough.
Exactly. But there, do you see? Now, once this
Yeah.
is pressed as well, but it's almost like you have more ease in, so it's harder to do a sleeve on an outer garment. So in men's tailoring or ladies' tailoring, do you see how mine sits proud?
Yes, yes.
On my jacket, I don't know if you can see that. That's because there's a lot more ease in that.
Oh, I see.
There's a lot more fabric in this. That's harder, right?
no puckers though.
There's only a little bit of ease in this, but like a coat would be the same. Next time you're looking at your outerwear, have a look at the sleeves and you'll see what I mean.
Yeah, so it's all about when you pin it, you think there's too much because of the outer curve, but when you
Yes.
sew it, it's fine.
Yes.
Or you just go aid and
But
turn
you
it
have
like
to,
I did.
Yeah, but you've got to put enough pins in, you've got to tack it, and you've
Yeah.
got to spend time. Just don't rush to the sewing machine. Make sure you've got it right and tacked first.
Right.
Before doing that bit, and then think of the circle as you.
That's quite nice now, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you'd put your other one in, and then you could
Try it
bind
in that. I'd like to see what it's like in that colour.
Yeah, all right then. I mean, obviously it's only half made up at the moment to that stage.
Oh yeah, but that's quite fashionable, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know.
You know that kind of look, one sleeve. Oh yeah, no, it's. Oh, actually, you haven't sewn up the other one, have you?
No.
Well, not the other sleeve, but the other. Oh.
No, the other side seam's not in. But
Yeah,
that
but-
board, once pressed.
Yeah, but that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Clearly, I
And then can you imagine then if you're making your own binding, look? So then if we went with something like this, look.
Yeah.
A bound edge. Excuse me, I'm going in for your mic now. But you know,
Oh,
something
that's
like that,
lovely.
or
Yeah. Or a bit of liberty.
a bit of liberty would be lovely.
Nice, wouldn't it?
Have we got time just to talk how you do the facings?
Yes, you've got 10
Are you
minutes.
sure?
Yeah. Actually,
All
I'm a
right.
bit cold now. I'm going to have to put that jacket
Yeah,
back on.
it's lovely, that one.
It is nice, isn't it? I think
Right,
I've
let's
been wearing it
talk
all morning.
facings. So if you're not going to bind it, this is the way we do it. We've got these facing pieces, right? And you might think, my word, that's a few more pieces of facing than I'm used to. It's absolutely fine. So these are all going to sew together, all right? So you've got your front facing, and we're making basically a big loop. So let's start from the top centre. We're going to sew these front bits on. So we're going to match up these seams here. Just watch my head. So I'm going to sew that to there, all at a centimetre seam allowance. In fact, if I do 1/2, then you'll get the idea. And it's the same for the other side. And obviously you'll press as you're going along as well. So if you can see now, that is your back, neck and your front. Yeah. Then the next thing you need to
Oh,
get,
yeah, no, that makes sense.
front facing bottom. Front facing, I
Front
just
face-
realised what I said.
Front facing
That's what it says. That's what it says on the pad piece, look.
Front facing. Yeah, the bottom of the front facing.
Yeah, the bottom of the front facing. Yeah, I said it right. Okay.
Not front, bottom facing.
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
I meant front facing bottom.
Oh, okay.
We'll get there in the end, won't we? Let me just make sure I'm getting this right now on the right piece because I'm doing it a bit out of sync. So there we go. So that'll be right sides together. So that's now your centre front.
Right,
Well,
okay.
obviously it's on the angle, but then we sew that together at a centimetre. I'm speed sewing now to show you.
Yeah.
And then there's a back piece as well that's cut on the fold, yep. And then that will just sew to
What's
this
that
back
called?
bit.
Back bottom facing.
Back hem facing, we're all right with that one. Front facing bottom.
Front facing
Just say it. That's tickled me. Right.
Oh, yeah, because I guess the back one, there is
Yes.
only a bottom.
Yes.
So it doesn't need to say.
No. And then you sew that together at a centimetre seam allowance. Obviously use a pin, because this is a short seam and I'm telly sewing to show you how it's done. Right sides together. I'm just putting it under. You'd obviously do then the same for the other side. And then let me just lay it out on the table so you get the idea. Okay, so that's your back neck facing there. That's your front bit. Then you come round there. I'm going to have to show it you like this. And that's your extension of your front. I don't know if I can fit all this in. And then that goes along the back, and then you've got the same the other side.
Right,
So you'll end up with one big loop of fabric, yeah? Then all that's going to happen is you're then going to go right sides together and sew this facing all the way around the garment. All around the outer edges.
You have to finish off, there's obviously a raw edge, so what do you do with that?
So with the raw edge, you've got options. You could overlock, you could zigzag or whatever, you could turn it under.
Oh, binding would be
I'd
nice.
bind it.
Yeah.
So it'd actually be this.
And when you bound that, would you fold it round and sew in one go, or would you sew the binding and turn it over and...
I'd sew the binding and turn it over.
Okay.
That's how I religiously sew binding
Right,
now.
so
I
you
never
wouldn't-
put it on in one go.
Well, I don't think I would, but that's because I don't think I'd be that neat.
Yeah, there's always a tendency. I mean, you could press it so you've got it half and half, but there's always a tendency that you might miss a bit.
Always miss a bit.
Yeah, and anywhere. I'll tell you, I'll be honest, it drives me mad at work. We've got costumes that have been made and it's been put on that way. Satin binding as well, right? And it's not caught completely on the wrong side.
It does.
And satin frays, and then you end up with these costumes that have been worn for years with patchy binding, and it drives me nuts. Just take the time, if you're sewing binding on a machine, sew it on the one side, which is usually, for me, the wrong side, and then flip it over to the right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd definitely go with
however
the
hard
bandage.
you try, I've even tried pinning it on where I've got the pin coming through from the front and the back. I know that they're in the same place.
Yeah.
But it still skips, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And because you want those stitches right on the edge of the binding as well, and I know I do, like that's what looks really neat to me.
And how do you ensure that facing stays on the inside?
So you'd understitch. So like we were understitching with the...
Oh, okay.
pockets in the first hour, and how I've shown you how to understitch on necklines before, you basically sew the neckline facing, say for instance, to the seam allowance.
Okay, and that's what holds it on the inside.
Now with this, because we're putting it all on in one go, you'd probably only be able to go up so far to this corner point here. But that's okay because it's going to hold the majority of it down anyway if you're understitching to that point. What I would say is you're going to want to make sure for this point especially that you trim your seam allowance at the corners.
Oh, yes.
And turn it through nicely if you're using the facing. I have a little turny tool. I think we've got them on here or had them on before. Don't use your scissors because there's a risk then of going through. If you're not using a facing, then do as Jane's done and do a nice mitered corner on the binding.
She's got a lovely. Would you like to see my mitered corner?
She's done it very neatly, that.
Yeah, look at that. Can you see? It's coming.
We're coming in. Landing.
It's like zooming in. See, look at... Oh, wrong way. There we go. Look at that. So she's done a really nice little mitery corner.
And there's loads of tutorials out there how to do a mitered corner. I'm sure like you'd have seen it on Sewing Street many times with quilting.
Yes, yeah. And how to,
it's exactly the same.
So you can choose. So you either have it fully lined, not fully lined, facing, not facing. There's so many different options.
It's so versatile.
It is. Well, I'm so sorry the pattern's sold out, but you know, we will bring it back.
I think we need to, don't we?
Yeah, I think we need to.
I'd love to see what people do.
That printed denim paisley is about to sell out as well. I know. I tell you what, we should bring it back and we'll do a patchwork one.
That'd be amazing.
I've almost cracked how to do it now. I'm getting there.
What, a patchwork jacket?
Yes.
You could do this easy.
Yeah, but I want to do it where you have it patchworked on both sides.
Yeah, okay.
I've done that, but I've got to work out the construction. I'll let you know. There's a way of doing it, I think. But I'm going to fudge. Anyway, thank you, Adam.
It's such a pleasure to be here.
It has been a pleasure. Well done for selling out your patterns.
Well, you know what? Jane messaged me in the break. She says, "Oh, thanks so much." She says, "I says it's a sellout." She's thrilled. So thank you. Honestly, her patterns are amazing.
They are, and the tutorials are fantastic. It's all really good. I will. So when will you be back?
I will be back on I've just changed the date. It's the 12th of August. It's a Monday, so I might be on with you.
You might, yes, because that's the week after. Yeah, I might be on that week. Yes. Yeah. Probably.
Are you going Festival of Quilts?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So the Monday after that, I won't be here. But it isn't the Monday after that. It's the Monday after that. So I will be here. Fabulous. Now, I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. It's Monday, so we are going to be having knitting for Yarn Lane. You are going to love these. It's all about donuts. Love a knit. It's not all about donuts. It's about donuts and cushions and rugs and scarves, but they are gorgeous to die for. Do check out in the break. I don't want you to miss out, and I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as a quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, but it's all about knitting and crochet now. And welcome to Sewing Street, Emma.
Thank you for having me.
It's lovely to have you. Yeah. You've brought some amazing things with you.
Yes, Stitch's first time.
It is.
Yes.
Very, very first time. So tell me a bit about Stitch and Story then.
So Stitch and Story is a craft brand that's all about beginners.
Okay.
It's been put together with beginners in mind.
Right.
So all the kits are super easy. And yeah, super accessible.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's really good. So the whole sort of design and the pattern and the thought of the yarn and everything.
Everything, yeah.
All about beginners.
It is, yeah.
Brilliant. So if you're beginner to knitting and crochet, you'll love this. If you're not, you'll just find it easy.
Yeah, and fun.
But the kits are amazing. I think what's good about it is it's not just about being able to do it. It's about wanting to make it as well, isn't it?
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
And when I see that donut, I mean, it's just delicious.
The projects are just really fun.
Should we start with the white one?
Yeah, they're just really fun to...
They are fun. And this yarn is gorgeous. It's soft.
Super soft.
Really squishy.
Yeah, and really easy to crochet with, because some of these fluffy yarns can be really difficult to see.
Yeah, so these are all... So we've got a bit of knitting and a bit of crochet. We've got both today, but the donuts are all crocheted. Yeah. But, because we have a lot of people who watch who know knitting, good at knitting, but more beginners to crochet.
Yeah.
So this is ideal for them.
Yeah, and even if you're not a beginner crochet, this is just a fun project.
It's lovely to do, isn't it?
A great gift, I think.
I know, and so it's lovely, isn't it? Because there you've got your back of your donut, you've got the icing of the donut and all the spring
and
things.
And your sprinkles as well.
And I've seen so many things now where they've got these donut cushions on the sofa.
Yeah.
I saw on my Instagram the other day adverts for sofa covers, and they always put a donut cushion on after they'd recovered their sofa.
Really?
It's like, obviously a thing. So I thought, well, I haven't got a donut cushion.
Oh, you need to get one of these then.
So this yarn, it is, I mean, I'll show you the kit to start with that Ben's just stolen off me.
Stealing.
He's stealing. Stealing off me. So basically you've got everything in here.
Exactly, yeah.
So this yarn, it's 100% polyester.
Yeah.
Really nice, isn't it?
It's really soft.
It feels very thick. It's almost like a chenille.
Yes, it's got that chenille sort of feel to it.
Yeah, wait, it is like a chenille, but it's not super twisted, because some chenille's quite hard to crochet with because it's got quite a bit of a twist.
This has got quite a bit of definition in it, I think. So you do see that crochet stitch in there, and when you're working with it, like I said earlier, you can actually see where you're putting your hook. Some of these chenille yarns, you can't see the...
No, I know that's, and I think it's because sometimes they have that bit of twist and you have no idea.
Yeah.
So this is great. So it's 100% polyester, which makes nice and allergy, good for the allergies.
Yes.
Roly Poly Plush, lovely name. So you've got 100 grams of the icing.
Yep.
100 grams of donut.
Yeah, of the donut colour. Yeah.
They're not called donut colours. What is it? It's just donut. And then I presume these are all the sprinkles.
Yes, yeah. So in there you get, how many is it? 4 meters of each of the contrast colours to put your sprinkles on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you get the pattern, obviously.
Yeah.
So the pattern, The pattern is all written for beginners. It tells you everything you need to know. There's QR codes in there that you can scan to help you out. And free crochet hook.
Yeah.
That's nice, a nice crochet hook as
They're
well.
really lovely. They're really nice to work with, actually.
So all you'll need really is some toy stuffing.
Yes.
That's all.
Yeah.
Third of the stock.
Toy stuffing comes in with the kit.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's there in that.
Oh, I see. Oh, didn't know that.
Yeah, the toy stuffing comes in.
The toy
So you get-
stuffing even comes with a kit.
Yeah, you get 300 grams and it comes in with it.
There we go. I didn't even know that. There we go. So you don't need anything because it comes with the sewing needle as well.
Yep, everything's in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
So everything you need. So for that's a really good price then.
Yeah.
So for £20,
Yeah.
the whole, everything that you need.
Yeah, and the skill level on this, we've classed it as an advanced beginner.
Okay.
So it's not like I've literally never picked up a crochet hook before, although you could try if you're feeling, because there's the QR codes on there.
Yeah,
you can
so
go.
if you'd never picked it up, you could give it a go.
You could give it a go.
Yeah.
But you might want to try something that's one of our, more beginner.
Right, okay.
But, if you're feeling a bit adventurous and a bit brave.
I often think with these kits though, if you love it and you want to make it, you'll do it.
Yeah, even if you've never done it before, that's what
Exactly.
you do. Yeah.
Right, we have a choice of donuts because obviously you might want more than one donut.
Yeah, we've also got the...
So the next donut is pink. Oh, that's lovely, sugary sweet, isn't it?
And
Love
on this
that
one, you get the lilac in there, which I really
Okay.
love this colour.
So you
The
get
sprinkle.
exactly the same that's in this kit,
Yeah.
except for, let me get the lilac. This is your kit. Oh no, sorry, this is your kit.
Yeah.
You've got so many kits, I'm getting myself confused. There we go. So with this one, you obviously, we'll just move that or we're going to get really, I'm going to get,
yeah.
I don't think you'll get confused, but I think I'm going to get really confused. So that's the pink one. Right, so the pink one, you get obviously 100 grams of icing, 100 grams of donut,
Yeah.
and then you get these lovely sprinkle colours. You're right, I love this lilac.
It's a lovely colour.
It works ever so well on these, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really, really nice. And obviously you get the crochet hook and the needle.
Everything you need is there.
Right, there are more people who've got the pink donut in baskets than we've actually got. So if you want the pink donut, you need to get checked out.
Be quick. Be quick.
Interesting to see which one's going to win.
Yeah, I do think the pink is quite popular.
It's very sugary.
It's very stereotypical donut colour,
Yeah,
I
it is
think.
actually,
Yeah,
isn't
and who
it?
doesn't love pink?
It's very sugary. Right, so that's the pink one. I'll put that to one side, otherwise we really are going to get confused. And then there's the yellow donut. I love the yellow one. I think that's gorgeous. Look at that.
Yeah, that's really
I
nice.
sort of feel like you need three.
Yes.
I don't know
Imagine all three on your sofa.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And, you know, what a lovely gift to give someone made, but what a lovely kit to give someone as well.
Yeah, I think if you've got grandchildren in the family, these are great, like Christmas presents,
Yeah,
put
they are
on their
brilliant.
bed. They
Yeah.
can, I mean, my little two would play with these all day long. They'd love it.
Yeah, they're lovely to
Yeah.
play with, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben wants one. Well, Ben, you can buy yourself one, can't you?
Yeah.
It's all right, because this is crochets for beginners, Ben, so it's fine, and there's a QR code. Ben's saying to me, I can't do it, but there's a QR code to scan so you can
Yeah.
learn.
That's it. Takes you to all the videos on how to do it all.
Okay,
How
so
to do
there's
the
no
stitches.
excuse.
Yeah, how to chain, how to do all the stitches.
Right.
Yes.
So the yellow one comes with 100 grams of donut, 100 grams of icing. It's not a bright yellow either. I'd say it's like I don't want to say Dijon mustard because that sounds disgusting with
And a donut.
the donut. But it isn't bright yellow. It's more of your mustardy yellow, so it's a bit
is.
gentle. Fashion. What's fashion yellow?
Fashion yellow.
Oh, Ben says it's fashion yellow.
Oh.
But it is a gentle yellow. It's not your bright.
Yeah.
It works really nicely. And then these are the colours of your sprinkles: white, pink, and lilac. There you go.
The lilac goes lovely with all the colours, doesn't it?
It does actually, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that's
Really,
what's
really
nice about them. That all the colours just work really nicely together.
Well, it does. It works well, all three of them, because
Yeah.
they've got the canes. Right. We'll just move donuts for now, because we're going to move on to pretzels.
Oh.
Okay, let me move your donut. So the pretzel, tell me about the pretzel.
So the pretzel can also be a cushion.
It's fab, isn't it?
It's so fun.
Love a pretzel.
Yeah. This way around.
And I guess these are all the little seeds.
Yes. Yeah.
In the pretzel.
Yeah, so you get it just the same as you do with the donut kit. You get that little bit of white to
I've got
stitch
that. I've got
all
that one.
your little
This
seeds
must
on.
be pretzel.
I mean, I like it both way around. You can have it that way.
So in the pretzel kit, I think it's lovely, and I've seen quite a few of these cushions, like in designer shops.
Yeah.
Buy them ready-made, but they're quite expensive, aren't they?
Yeah, and this is really affordable way. And do you just want to sit and...
I know, it's lovely.
Okay.
I bet it's actually quite nice to have as a cushion to sort of lean up against and cuddle as well.
Yeah.
So in the pretzel kit, you will be getting 300 grams of pretzel yarn. So this is the same as the donut. It's 100% polyester, and it's this lovely chenille yarn. So you get your 3 balls of that, and then you get the white seeds.
To add your little seeds on, which is super simple and easy to do.
And you get the hook, and the sewing up needle, and the filling.
Yes.
So that's not bad, is it? £25. Quite nice to have. So now we need to have 3 donuts and a pretzel. How lovely.
All sat together.
All sat
that would
together.
look really cool.
Right, do you want to show us a little bit of how to do the donut?
Yeah.
And then we'll move on, because we have got other kits. We've got loads more kits, but we want to see how the donut's made. Right, the pink and the white are currently neck and neck.
So, I think when you see the donut constructed like this, you can't seem to think about where it would start and how it's put together, but it's actually really simple. So what we actually do is we're starting in this middle section here. So this is where we chain, and then what we do is we work our so it's a US single crochet, which is also a UK double crochet.
Right,
in crochet we have 2 terminologies. We've got the UK version and the US version, and you work from this beginning chain here, and you work an increase out, and then you come back in and join together there.
Right.
It's really simple.
Oh, okay. So it's not crocheted as 2 pieces.
No, it's crocheted all in one. So if you can see here, I've already started, and this is this middle section here.
Right, so that bit there is this middle there.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I've done my beginning chain.
Right.
I've done so many rounds and followed the pattern, and now we're going to come to a row where we're going to increase. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So what we do is to do what is classed as a US single crochet, which is also UK double crochet, depending on which terminology you follow. So you've got your loop on your hook, and you're going to insert your hook into your first stitch. So you can see what I mean about how easy
these
stitches are to see.
For beginners, you can see the stitches a lot better, because that has got a great definition to it.
It has really got great definition. So what you're going to do is these little V's on the top here, you're going to put your hook straight into there. Bring your yarn round your hook and pull it through. Like that. So then you've then got 2 loops. And you're going to do that again, and then do that again. Put your yarn over your hook and pull it through those 2. And you can see that's created your stitch there. We're going to do that again. So insert your hook into your next stitch. Yarn round your hook, pull through, 2 loops, yarn round, and pull in. So what we've done there is 2 stitches. So now what I'm going to show you how to do is how to increase, which is so easy, because it's literally what you've just done, but you're going to do it twice into the same place.
Okay.
So you're going to do that double crochet again, and instead of doing your next one into the next stitch there, you're going to do it in the exact same place. Like that. Can you see there's 2 in there, whereas in those 2 there's 1, and you do that sequence of 2 and then 2 in the same place. And what that's doing is you go around the whole circle,
and that's what's making it bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and that's what's creating this shape. And as you get, obviously each time you do more and more, following your pattern until you get to this point where you will change colour and then start to decrease in.
Yeah, no, that makes sense as well.
Yeah.
Now, we are on single figures in the pink. Now, there's also something that we haven't told you yet, but everybody who buys one of the kits today will receive a free tote bag. 1 bag with every order, but only if they're placed today. It's such a nice bag as well,
It's
isn't
a
it?
really nice bag. It's really nice. And it just keeps all your projects together.
Yeah.
So you can put everything that you get from the kit along with your scissors, tape measure.
Yeah, no, it's really useful, isn't it?
Stitch markers.
And if you were giving it as a gift as well, if you were giving the kit as a gift.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could give the kit as a gift and keep the tote bag for yourself.
Oh, yeah.
No, you give it as a gift. That's just a really nice touch, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So everybody, and if you've already checked out, don't worry, everybody who buys one of the Stitch and Story kits today will get the free tote bag, but you have to buy it today. Tomorrow, no chance. Has to be today. So that's lovely, isn't it? And there is one more donut project as well. So this is really, this explains, and this makes it a lot simpler. You really are just working with your double crochet, increases, decreases.
Yeah, yeah, all the way through. So that's how simple it is. So once you've mastered that double crochet stitch.
Yeah, and I guess you're doing it so many times, you will.
Yeah, exactly. yeah, because you're doing it every other row or every couple of rows.
Yes,
So yeah, it's really easy. And then the other thing I wanted to show you how to do on this bit of fabric here is how to do the sprinkles, because it is super easy and even easier when you've got a formed donut.
So those are used on the giant donut blanket, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
I know. Can I get it down? Although I'll never get it back again. Shall I leave it there?
It's coming.
It's coming anyway. No, I want it. I want it, because I don't think you can see how big it is unless I've got it. Look at this. It's great. So I guess the idea behind the design is this like to just wrap round you, is it? For a child? What was the thought process behind it?
So I designed this blanket, and my
well, there you go
thought
then.
was...
What was your thought?
I would just love to see it on the back of a sofa.
Yes.
Or
yes,
to use,
yeah.
I could see being sat on the sofa with my crochet in the evening with it kind of over my lap. And
yeah.
crocheting away.
Well, it's a nice size, isn't it? Because it's big
Yeah.
enough to put over your lap. It's big enough to sort of wrap round you. It's big enough to put over the sofa.
Yeah.
But it's not so big.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's
Should
just
we
a nice
Should we
size.
hold it up?
Yeah.
I think it's a beautiful design, Emma. I think you've done a fantastic
thank
job
you.
of that. I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
But equally, it'd be really nice. A child could use it, couldn't they?
Yeah, definitely.
Lovely.
I think it'd look
really
lovely, the little cushion and blanket set on a little...
Oh, yes.
On a little one's bed, yeah.
Oh, it's gorgeous. So the kit for this one is it's this one here, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Just making sure, because I've got everything backwards. This is the kit for this gorgeous blanket. Look how much you're getting in there. You get all of this yarn, loads and loads of it. So you've got the pattern, you get the hook, you get the, the donut bits around the edge, obviously, because this is mainly icing.
Yeah.
You get all of the pink icing, so you get 6 balls, so 600 grams of icing, absolutely loads. And then you get all the sprinkles. Obviously, you get more sprinkles than you do with the donuts.
Yep.
So if you've got the donut cushion, I think getting the donut blanket is a must.
Yeah. And if you get it today, you'll get your free tote bag as well. You
Yeah.
get 2 tote bags.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, so it's not one per order. It's one per...
Per kit, yeah.
Yes, not one per customer, it's one per kit.
Yeah.
I think that is beautiful.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. I love that. So, yes, so if you can show us, how do we do a sprinkle?
Easy peasy. So, I think what I'll do is I'll show you on this piece. So we don't...
And obviously that comes with a hook as well. Let me move the fabulous blanket, which I'm quite keen on.
So it's super easy.
A nice floor rug as well, you know.
It would.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
And I feel like you could fold it in half. Oh my God, do I look like a donut now? Oh, that's lovely.
Cozy.
It looks like a donut. But it would be nice as a rug. On a
It would.
bedroom, you know, you'd obviously, it's not like a rug that you'd have to protect the carpet.
Could you get something that goes on the bottom that's got like an anti-slip mat?
You can get that stuff.
Surely you can get an anti-slip mat that's the same size, because you get them on rugs, don't you? So you could maybe attach one of those to the bottom.
You could.
That would look really good in a children's playroom.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it?
How fun would that
Yeah, because you
look?
can buy that anti-slip stuff like by the metre, can't you? And you can just cut it to shape, sew it on.
That would be really cool.
I think it'd be a really nice
Yeah, it would. I like that idea.
Lovely. I really love the donut blanket. Right, so show me sprinkles.
Yeah. So what I've done is I've put my yarn that I'm making the sprinkles with on my needle, and I've tied a little knot in the end to catch it in. So if you're doing it on the donut, you're literally going in and out because you've got the stuff. I would construct the whole donut, sew it up, and then put the sprinkles on afterwards, because that's just going to make it so
Right,
much
I
easier.
presume when you sew it, you stuff it and then sew.
Yeah, so I would sew it, stuff part of it, and then sort of like stuff and sew as you go.
And then the sprinkles are last.
Yeah, and then the sprinkles last,
Okay.
yeah. That's what I would do anyway. And literally all you do is you come in
designed it,
up
so.
through. Well, Claire designed the...
the cushion?
Yeah, the
Right.
cushions, yeah, and I did the blanket and the
nice.
pretzel. So, you literally you can decide what size you want your sprinkle and pull through. It's as easy
And I guess
as
actually,
that.
if you were going to give it for a child, have a think about the length
Yes.
of your sprinkles, or whether
Yeah,
to put them
definitely.
on. If it was for a baby, maybe you wouldn't
Yeah,
bother.
for a baby, you'd have to make sure it was really secure, because you don't want any little
You
fingers
don't want,
getting
or just
stuck
don't
in
put them
there.
on, or you just make them shorter. Or
Yeah, make sure that they're supervised.
add sprinkles when they're older.
That's it, yeah, especially with the donut cushions, yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm getting a little bit tangled here, let me take that off. So for the blanket, you can see the back, so you're not hiding any of these. So when you want to go from, like, I'll show you, when you want to go from one place to another, you don't want that sprinkle showing on the back of your blanket,
not
do you?
on the blanket,
So what
no.
I do is, so I've done that one stitch there, and then on the back, what I do is pick up little bits
Oh, I see.
of
So it keeps it
fabric.
nice and secure on the back as
yeah,
well.
and just trail it along on the back, which is just super simple, super easy to do. Like that, and can you see how that's just securing that in? But you don't see it
No, not at all from the
on
front.
that
but
side
it's-
of the fabric at all. And I think it's keeping it nice
So I
and
guess
neat.
when you're doing the cushion, you don't need to bother with that because
You don't need to bother with that, no.
I
But
guess it's all in the filling.
yeah, unless you're a super perfectionist and you want it like that on the inside. I mean, some of us crocheters and knitters, we like the inside more than we like the outside.
Well, in which case you'd have to put your sprinkles on before you stuffed it, wouldn't you? But
yeah.
I guess actually you can embed it when you're going from one place to the other on here. You could sort of embed the yarn in the filling as well.
Yeah.
As it goes through.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And then you can see there, look, how I've hidden that at the back, and I've come back up through into the front, and then I can place another
So how do you decide where you put them?
sprinkle. So I just
Did you just go?
do it by eye, yeah. Just be creative and think, oh, well, I've done that one that way, so I might do this one. So it
Okay.
goes over here. And then remember that you've got other colours to fill in, so it doesn't matter that there's a big space, because you may come, when you've done all your white, you'll thread your yellow on, and then you'll start doing yellow, and then you can fill any spaces that are there with then the lilac, or if you've got a little bit of white left when you come to the end, you can go in
Just
and
go back.
yeah, if you think, oh, I've got a lot of yellow in that bit, I'll put a bit of white in there. It's just about, I think that's the nice thing about this, is that the sprinkles are so easy to do. You can literally just be creative. So once you've done the hard work, well, not hard work,
No, but
the main part
this is
of
the decoration bit. And I guess
Yeah.
you can always go, if you look at it and go, oh, there's not enough sprinkles, you can just go back
Yeah,
and keep adding sprinkles.
exactly, yeah. Whenever you've got yarn left, you can keep going.
And sprinkles are supposed to be random because they're
Exactly, yeah.
sprinkled.
Yeah, it's just about having fun, being creative, and that's what
And I presume that the pretzel is...
is there.
Oh, it's like, I'm sure I put that on the shelf. Go mad.
It's the same principle.
Same principle. And do you do that once it's stuffed?
I would do it once it's stuffed, yeah.
And then you just put the little seeds on there,
And then,
not
yeah.
sprinkles.
Yeah.
Lovely. Love those. I love these. I think that's a brilliant set. We've got the mini treats crochet kit. This is lovely.
Super cute.
Super cute. This is really sweet. So these are, I guess these are for a birthday. We don't have the samples, do we, of these? Or
Oh,
do
they're
we?
not here?
They might be hiding in the box. We'll get someone to have a look.
Oh.
Okay, there they are on screen. Who's having a look? They might be in the bottom of the box. Could be. So I guess these are things that you would make somebody for a birthday.
Yeah, so I think the idea of these are that little birthday picnic treat.
Okay.
So you've got your little birthday cake with the candle to celebrate, and then I know my little girl would love playing with these.
Oh, I know, they'd be absolutely fab, wouldn't they?
And I think they'd look really cute if you're somebody that loves crocheting little things like this on your shelf in your kitchen at home. I just think
I
they
would.
look-
I have knitted cupcakes, many of a knitted cupcake, and I've no idea what to do with them, so they just sit on shelves.
Yeah, and do you know what I've done in the past with these sort of things is use them as a pin cushion.
Oh, that's true. I think that's a lovely little gift for somebody as well.
Yeah.
So if you crochet all of them, you could even put them in a beautiful little gift box, couldn't you?
Yeah.
How lovely would that be? We are looking, we might find them, but they're gorgeous. So basically you've got the birthday cake with the candle, you've got a macaron, you've got a pink wafer. Love a pink wafer.
Yeah. And
I bought the mini treat set, perfect for granddaughter's first birthday from Alison. It absolutely is. And she will love it forever. You've got a little donut and a chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah.
And this is what you get in the kit. So this is a different sort of yarn in this kit.
Yeah, so this is 100% cotton.
Oh, this is nice.
It's really nice.
The cotton one.
Yeah.
That's a really, really nice yarn. So you've got paper white. That's a nice name. Like these colours. Love the name. I love colour names, though. Persian grey.
Yeah.
That's the chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah.
I can see which is which now. You have hair grey for the donut.
Yeah.
And baby pink.
Obviously for the wafer.
For the pink wafer. And the candle.
And the candle.
And the candle.
And some sprinkles on your donut.
Of course. Highland brown.
Yeah, which is the bottom of the birthday cake
for
and the chocolate
of course,
chip.
yeah. And then we've got daisy yellow for the macaron.
Yeah.
These are lovely. I think, particularly in this cotton yarn, that is a lovely gift, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they will bring it out every year. And I'd buy a nice little gift box
Yes.
to put them in, so they had someone to store them.
Or one of those little wicker baskets.
That'd be so
That would be
cute,
really
wouldn't it?
cute.
Like a hamper.
Yes. Super cute.
I love them. I think that's a great price, to be honest. Look at that.
Yeah.
£12 and you get all of those. And you get the pattern and you get the stuffing and you get the
Everything.
hook and you get... So everything.
Yeah.
£12, that's everything. Right. Pink donut has sold out, has been eaten.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. White donut, 2. 2 left.
Oh,
Yellow
wow.
donut, 5 left.
Wow, they've done
Wow.
brilliant then. That's
So
great.
if you want them before they get eaten, no more pinks, 2 whites and 5 yellows.
Yeah, the pink's lovely, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Right, let's talk about the yarn because we have got some yarn on its own available to say.
Yeah.
So
The bundles.
This is now a different yarn to the what's in
Yeah.
there. So tell me about this yarn. It is I love the colour.
Yeah, it is really nice and it's really lovely constructed. So it's a chain yarn and it's 100% cotton yarn.
Yeah,
and
so
it's like an
so when
Aran
you
weight.
say chain, so it's almost like constructed as a chain.
It is, yeah. So you can see, so when you knit it, it comes out with like a lovely, even though it's really soft, it's got a really nice definition to it.
Oh, okay. It is beautiful, honestly. You wouldn't, it doesn't feel like cotton. I don't know what it feels like almost
So
like...
it's 94% cotton and 6% nylon.
It's so soft. It's almost like, you know, when you have like a merino yarn that's that sort of an alpaca, it has
Yeah.
that softness to it.
It does.
So what we're doing with this yarn, so it's an Aran weight. You're
Yeah.
getting, they are 50-gram balls. You
Yep.
can have 4 balls for £16.
Yep.
And a free pattern.
Yeah, so you get a free scarf pattern. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with every purchase of the yarn, packs of 4, in any colour, you get a free scarf pattern.
Oh, wow. And a free tote bag.
Yes, and a free tote bag as well to put it in. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a bargain.
And 25% off. Hang on a minute. So 4 balls of yarn,
Yeah.
free scarf pattern,
Yep.
free tote bag for £12.
Yep.
That's mad. That is gorgeous, though, isn't
Bargain.
it?
And these colours are...
And is that for
Really
all of the full packs?
Yes, all of the colours, yeah.
I mean, it is gorgeous. It is. I mean, it is cotton. It's beautifully soft, but it has that feeling of like a mohair alpaca. So
Yeah, I
isn't
think
it?
it's how it's been
Yeah.
spun, how that chain's been spun together. It's just really soft.
And that gives you also a stitch definition. So whether you're knitting with it or crocheting with it, it's lovely.
Yeah.
So is it it's a 5mm needle.
Yes.
So it's that, yeah, it is your...
Yes, it's more like an Aran weight
yeah.
yarn, yeah.
Gorgeous. So that's the blue. And then we've got it available in...
So that's, I think that's C, isn't it?
This is C.
C.
Sorry, this is C.
Yeah.
So let's go for the next colour.
And this, I love this colour, and it's called Fairy.
Oh, it's definitely the colour of a fairy.
Yes.
So if you want, have you got fairy, Ben? There's fairy. Fairy. It's exactly the colour of a fairy.
It literally is, isn't it?
If a fairy was a colour, it would be this colour.
Yeah.
It's a really, really soft sort of ice baby pink,
Yeah.
pretty.
Yeah, it is really nice. It's got that like sort of muted.
Yes, it is very soft, very soft.
Yeah.
I think it's lovely. I mean, if you've never worked with this cotton braid before, it is lovely because it doesn't split, it doesn't separate. And
Yes.
so quite often with a loosely woven yarn, particularly when you're dealing in higher weights like Aran, it splits.
Yes.
Very annoyingly.
Yes, and this has got so much definition to it when you're done. You can do all sorts of stitch patterns and they come out so lovely.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I really like that. So that's
Yeah.
fairy. Next one.
This
I'm
one
going to
is
put them back in little piles over here with so much stuff on here. I get confused. What is this one called?
lavender,
A lavender, yeah.
and it's a really lovely
Now,
lavender.
all
as well.
of these colours look really nice together as well, don't they?
They do. Yeah.
They look... You could put any of the colours together there, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Beautiful. £12. £12. That is amazing, isn't it? So we're talking £3 a ball.
Yeah.
And you get a free pattern and a free tote bag.
Yeah.
Right, so now we've got
Ray. This is Ray.
Ray, as in sun.
Yes.
That's free. Again, this is a very, very soft,
They are really soft colours.
soft yellow, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not.
They're
it's
very
not primary.
No, they're very muted and
I
they're
kind of
very.
think sweet corn.
Yeah.
That sort of.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, because when we're doing it, like we're always trying to, explain colours to people, but by what it looks like in reality. And sometimes you go, well, it's sort of a blue that would be the sort of colour of a, And I think this is the colour of corn on the cob.
Yes, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you
Because
mean.
it's got that more muted. It's not like bright primary yellow, is it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Beautiful. Again, £12, free tote bag, free scarf pattern, and this would be an absolute delight to knit or crochet with. It's an Aran weight yarn. Now we've got another blue.
This one is called Lake.
Lake. So this is kind of your baby blue.
It is, yeah. It's a very dusky baby blue, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's very, very pretty.
It's really pretty.
I can't believe these are only £12.
It's such a bargain.
But it is like an icy baby blue. But, if you wanted to mix and match any of the colours, I mean, it'd look lovely with that.
Yeah, any two colours from the collection, you just go
Would
really
look,
lovely
and they would
together.
all go together. So say you wanted to do the baby blue, and that would look nice. I mean, it looks nice with the yellow.
Yeah.
You can mix and match any of them. And at that price, because you're getting the 25% discount and the free bag and the free scarf pant, it's really worth it.
Yeah.
I think that's lovely. That's nice. Now, I love colour names. What have you called that one?
Snow.
Snow. Yeah, that's beautiful. So that's a really... Like an ivory, it's not bright.
No, it's not like a white.
No, definitely not white.
It's got that creamy...
yeah, but it's not yellowy.
It's not yellowy, no, it's a really nice.
It is like an ivory, so it's not bright white, it's not yellowy cream.
Yeah, it's like an off-white maybe.
It's tooth fairy. It's like a colour of a tooth.
Yeah.
Which sounds horrible, doesn't it? Colour of a tooth. A nice tooth.
But in a nice way.
Yeah, in a nice way, not really a horrible tooth.
A nice set of teeth.
Yes, clean, a very clean set of teeth. But it has that, it is like an ivory colour rather than a cream or a white.
Yeah.
That would look nice with all of them.
Yeah,
Anyway, you can just pick them up. There's pictures of them all on the website. So if you miss out and want to see it, if you miss out and want to see it again, do message in and I will show you. But if you go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, if you scroll down from there, you will be able to see all the colours. And then the final colour, is grass, which is lovely.
It's a lovely green.
I really like that.
I feel like you could have a lucky dip with these colours.
Yeah,
you could literally
absolutely.
close your eyes, pick two colours, and it doesn't matter which two colours you pick, they would just go so well
Because
together.
they're all in the same palette, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
So this is the colour of a chocolate lime. 'Cause I love
Yes.
chocolate limes.
Yeah. One of my mum's favourites, chocolate limes.
I do. I love them. Absolutely love them. These aren't the right weight for the donuts, are they? Because it's the donut yarn.
Yeah, that's
thicker.
classed as a chunky, whereas
Yes.
it's like a one-up.
Ben had this mad donut idea. But you could knit or you could crochet the donut with this yarn, but you'd have a smaller donut.
Oh, yes.
You-
Exactly, yeah.
So you could,
Yeah.
so
Get a
if you've
small
got the
donut.
donut kit and the pattern, you could buy this yarn because it would make a lovely donut.
Yeah.
But your just donut would be smaller.
Yeah.
That's the joy.
That's a really nice idea. I like that.
And if you had like a 4-ply, you'd have them tiny.
Oh, and a teeny tiny
I know.
donut, almost like what's in the
birthday treats
birthday
kit.
treats kit, yeah.
Because and I love that about crochet patterns is that
Yeah.
you just reduce the yarn size
Yeah.
and you suddenly get this tiny thing or increase
You
it.
get a completely new project.
Right, which one should we do next, Ben? Rainbows. Yeah, let's start with the scarf. So you've got the scarf there, and I've got I've got the kit here. So now, obviously, you get the scarf pattern free if you buy any of the.
Yes.
It's got mixed up with icing. Any of the
Yeah.
4, but if you want to buy the scarf kit that
Yeah.
makes this scarf exactly, do you
Yeah.
want to take it off and
Yeah.
tell me about it?
So this is a pattern that we class as beginner. So
Right,
this
now
is-
we're on knitting now.
This is knit, yeah.
This is knitting.
So it's really easy to do. It's just your classic garter stitch, which is your...
Oh, and you've got a
knit.
rainbow on it as well.
Yeah, and we've just embroidered a little
That's
rainbow
nice. It's like a
at
little
the
badge.
bottom. So all the colours that are left over from your stripe, you can use to...
I like that because that looks like a proper label, doesn't it? You know,
Yeah.
you see those embossed labels on posh scarves.
Yeah, I mean, you could write a little name under there, or...
So in the kit, you will get 50 grams each of fairy. I'm going to try and remember these. Fairy, lavender, lake,
Yeah,
grass. That was sea, and that one was Ray.
good memory. I don't know if I could have remembered those.
Oh, nearly. That almost came out of sweet corn.
Yes, we...
And you get the needle for sewing the ends in, and you get the knitting needles, which are size...
Maybe on the...
Oh, I was
there,
looking on the
5s.
ends. 5s.
Yeah.
5mm knitting needles. And you get the pattern.
Which I think 5 is a really good size to start. You know, if you've never knitted before.
Yes.
Because I feel like it's in that middle. When you're a beginner, you don't want anything too small and fiddly. And although chunky is quite...
Yeah, it's really hard.
Can be difficult. So that, like, in the middle, that 5
Because the problem is you often think, let's use really thick needle, but you've got to kind of wind the yarn around it because it's so thick.
Yes.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
So this is a good size to start with. But you know what? If you're a knitter already, you know, you are going to love this. It's easy peasy to do. £35 for the kit. You've got all of that yarn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've got 300 grams of this beautiful... I mean, this is premium quality cotton yarn. You are going to love this. Again, buy it as the kit to give someone. Buy it as the scarf. Knit the scarf and give it to somebody. And you will get a free project bag.
Yes.
The free tote bag.
I feel like
Even
if
better.
you're already a knitter, this is like you're in front of the telly.
Oh, yeah,
watching
definitely.
Netflix.
Yeah.
Your favourite TV show. You want to be engrossed in that. You don't want to look down.
You don't even need to concentrate.
That's it. Yeah, you're literally just knitting it.
And it is so soft. I think what I love about the cotton is it has a weight to it, which
Yes.
wool doesn't.
Yeah.
It's really lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, but this yarn, because of how it's constructed, has got that really lovely drape.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
got a weight, but not a stiffness.
No, yeah, that's it.
A weight, but not a stiffness. It's beautiful. And I guess you can do your stripes in whatever order you fancy.
You can, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so when you make this, knit this for somebody, you can put it in the tote bag as the gift.
Oh, that's a lovely
I'd keep
idea.
that tote bag's ever so nice. I might have full intentions of gifting it in that.
But then when it
tote bag.
arrives, then you've got it in your hand.
But you see, if you see the embroidered rainbow, you could put their initials on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got enough yarn left, you could do it at the,
Yeah,
at the
that would
side
be
of the
quite
rainbow,
nice,
or
wouldn't
like
it?
a little name underneath there.
It's just quite a nice little touch, I think, that, because
It is.
I love it when you get rainbows that aren't in the classic colours. I think that's lovely.
Yeah.
So that is the scarf. Now, this, Ben loves this. The blanket. So I'm not going to pull it. I'm going to take it down though. A tin. we had a quilt the other day weighed down by a tin of paint.
Oh my goodness.
And I thought, can you imagine me doing that? And I've been covered in gloss. So I was checking.
Good idea.
No, that wouldn't be funny.
No.
But that was only on a tin. So now this is the same yarn, but this is the blanket. Love the blanket.
Yes. So it's the exact same stitch as the scarf.
Right.
So it's another one of those beginner projects, but perhaps you want a bigger project.
Yes. I mean, that is a lovely thing. That is kind of new baby gift, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't have to be, but I'm just thinking, you know, when you've got a baby coming along and you think, oh, I don't know what to get them.
Yeah. This is perfect.
And it's really classy as well, isn't it? And very tasteful.
Very.
And it is difficult with new mums, isn't it? Like, oh, God, what am I going to get them?
Yeah. Who isn't going to love this?
I know.
And who isn't going to love these colours?
That's it, isn't it? And I think that's the problem, is that you think, oh, I don't know what was their colour scheme, but, you know, this just...
Everybody, a little boy, a little girl, if they don't know what they're having, it doesn't matter, does it? Because these colours are so
and
for
it's
everybody.
great. I mean, it's pram cot, pushchair, but also, you know, if you're knitting it for somebody, maybe somebody's in a wheelchair or they're in a home and they spend a lot of time in a chair. Lovely lap blanket.
It is, yeah.
And it's just a nice thing to just have.
Yes.
Just have, isn't it? When you just
yeah, it's just really lovely.
Gorgeous.
And it feels
Let me show you the kit for this one. All the pretzels falling into the blanket. I had icing in the scarf, pretzel in the blanket. It's getting ever so sticky. Now, so you get the pattern, which gives you everything that you need to know in there. So you can choose, and I guess you just choose what order you do them.
Yeah, yeah, you can do them in any order.
I do like the little rainbow. Again, this will come with the 5mm needles, which are very important.
Yeah.
And then look at all the yarn. I'm not going to take it out, actually. So we've got 2 of everything.
Yep, 2 balls of every colour.
2 sea, 2 lake, 2 grass, 2 Reid, 2 fairy and 2 lavender. It's a lot of yarn.
Yeah.
600 grams. So £75. But remember that you are getting the free bag. You're getting the knitting needles for free as well.
Yeah.
And that is a beautiful blanket.
It really is, yeah. I think it's super fun to make.
Yeah.
And super fun to gift or to keep for yourself.
Yeah, it's a really nice size that it will just sort of sit on your lap or on your knees or just pop it on the sofa.
Yeah.
But I mean, and as a gift for somebody, it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely. Now, where's the cushion? We keep
It's not easy to lose because it's quite big.
The cushion? Yes. Yes. Where's the cushion? I'm sure I've seen it. Have you seen it?
No.
Must be going mad. Let's just put the let's put the graphics in. Oh, well, I've got the pattern. I thought I'd seen the cushion.
I can see the insert.
Okay, that's good. But not the cushion itself. That's really strange.
Oh, you've seen it as well?
Well, no, maybe I haven't. Maybe I've just seen the picture.
Oh.
You know how you imagine that you've seen something?
Yeah.
No. Anyway, now you can also get the floor cushion knitting kit. Now, the floor cushion is exactly the same as the blanket in that you get exactly this same amount of yarn.
Yeah.
But it's a big blanket. Does it give you the size of it?
Yeah, so it's 68.
68 by 68 centimetres. What's that in inches, Ben? Yeah. Just getting his calculator out. 26, only 27 inches square. That's a big cushion.
Yeah,
really
it
nice
is.
big floor cushion. So you get the same yarn with that, and it's done in the same way in that you've got the same garter stitch.
Yep, yep.
But it's a cushion instead.
And the little embroidered rainbow in the
And the little embroidered rainbow. So again, £75. So it's the same amount of yarn, but you either make the floor cushion and then you obviously buy that one with the pattern, or you can make the blanket and you can choose.
Yeah. And it comes with the needles as well.
And the cushion insert.
Yeah, so that's not included in the kit, but we do have that.
Okay, have we got the
available
graphics
to
for that one? The cushion insert. So if you want to make the floor cushion, obviously buying the right size cushion insert is really important. There we go. And that will be, if you want that, I mean, it's a big cushion. Look, now that
really
gives you a
big.
really good idea of exactly what that looks like.
Yeah.
£20, and that is the, it's a polyester fibre filling, but that will be to fill up the big floor cushion. Fabulous.
Yeah. It makes a really big cushion.
It's huge. Well, it's a floor cushion, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's great on your sofa or on the floor.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, that's a really nice reading in bed cushion.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I know it's called a floor cushion, but if you want to, if you're sitting up in bed and reading in bed, that's actually quite
perfect size for that.
And how lovely
Really
to have a
comfy.
knitted one as well.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Hi, I'm really enjoying Stitch and Story. Is the crochet birthday mini kit for a beginner or for someone more experienced, from Jane in the West Midlands?
So I would say, so we've classed it as an advanced beginner kit. So it is for somebody who can already crochet.
Right, so somebody who can like hold a hook
Yeah.
and has done a few crochet
Yeah.
stitches.
So if you've already started doing a single crochet or a double crochet, because there's a bit of a mixture in there and then some shaping. I mean, if you're feeling, like we were saying earlier, if you're somebody who really wants to make
You will
that,
do it.
even if you've never crocheted before, you're so eager and
Yeah.
so willing to learn.
So, I mean, I think the thing is that we often say for beginners, well, start with the granny square, but to be honest, I think that's quite hard.
Yeah.
I wouldn't ever start with the granny square.
I
I'd start with
agree,
something
yeah.
in rows. But
Yeah.
it is about, there's one stitch, and really the beginning of crochet is learning how to do a job with two hands that you probably need 3 or 4 for.
Yeah.
So once you've got over that,
Yeah. That's the biggest hurdle, isn't it? Holding
Yeah.
your hook and yarn. Yeah.
then you can do this. But don't
Yeah.
let that hold you back. If
No.
you've never crocheted, there are plenty of tutorials.
Lots, and we've got the QR code on the patterns, which you can use from your phone, and it'll take you to all the little videos on how to do.
Okay, and are they all on the website as
Yes,
well?
yeah,
So
yeah,
you
they're all
could visit
there.
the Stitch and Story website. All the details will be in your instructions.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, so we've got, oh gosh, we've only got about 10 minutes left. So what are you going to show me? We need some...
So what I'd like to show everybody is how to knit.
Right,
So
fabulous.
these are...
Fabulous.
Just grab my
We've done how to crochet, we're now going to do
needles
how
down
to knit.
here.
But I mean, these are fantastic kits. I think they're fresh. I think they're not, you know, traditional, modern. I think they're just contemporary. They're the sort of thing like...
They are.
That you were saying would really appeal to lots of people.
Definitely. So Stitch and Story really is, as well as being aimed at that beginner, we like to think that we've got fun. The
Yes,
projects are
yeah.
fun and for
Yeah.
everybody. There is no age group that doesn't want
That's how I feel.
donut.
And then, like the colour choices that you've got for the
Yeah.
blanket and the scarf, it isn't aimed at anybody, is
No,
it?
it's just-
everybody
oh.
would want it.
It's for everybody, definitely. Yeah.
No, I think you've made it really accessible, and I think the quality shines through.
Yes.
Of the
100%.
yarn and
Yeah.
the designs and the kit. The fact that you've put everything in, even the filling, is a really important part.
Yeah, well, we like to think that it's just accessible.
Yeah.
So if you are a beginner, because these kits are aimed at beginner, you get everything in there.
Yes, because I think once we've been knitting and crochet for a bit longer, we tend to like gather this stuff. And we might
Exactly.
have bags
Exactly.
of filling
Yeah.
and a needle to sew up. But if you're new,
Yeah.
you won't have any of that.
No, so everything that comes in the kit, you've got everything. It's everything that you need.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Right, so you've cast on.
Yep, I've cast on already and I've knitted a few rows.
Okay.
And I'm just going to show you how super simple it is to do a knit stitch.
Brilliant.
So what we're going to do is you've got your stitches on your left hand needle, you've got your needle in your right hand, and you're going to insert your needle into your first stitch like that. So if you can see there, it just goes straight through, and you've got your working yarn here. You're going to bring that round in between your needles. You're going to bring it under the stitch and off. And it's literally that simple. So I'll do that again to show you. So you go into your stitch, round your needle with your working yarn. You're going to bring it underneath. So you're catching that working yarn with your needle there, and you're going to pull it off like that. And it's literally that simple. And like I say, you can scan the QR code on the pattern, and that'll take you to a video which you can sort of pause and stop.
Right, okay. So if you're completely new, then you can just watch it.
Yeah, that's it. You literally...
Then you end up, when I'm learning things like that, I go, stop, 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 stop.
Exactly, exactly.
Why are they not voice controlled?
And that's the wonderful thing about YouTube and these little videos is that you can pause it.
I know, it's wonderful, isn't it?
And rewind it back and think, I just want to watch that again, because even though I think I've got it, were I holding that right?
Yes,
So it is so easy. So you've got that, you can see your loop on there, you're putting your needle through that loop, round your needle, underneath and off. And that stitch, you do all the way across every row once you've cast on, and then it's just a cast on and a cast off.
Wow, that's lovely. And so, and when you get your instructions, the QR codes are on there, or you can visit the Stitch and Story website and you can see all of these tutorials. So whether you are a complete beginner and you want to learn and make something beautiful, or whether you're more experienced, it really doesn't matter. I mean, it's been great. It's lovely meeting you today. Love
you for having
the
us.
kits. They're fabulous. Donut update. There's only one donut left and it's yellow. That's very disappointing, isn't it? It's like standing in the service station in front of disappointing, and you're standing there. Can you imagine one left? Terrible. Anyway, so we hope, if you have got that one in your basket, please do check out. We've had such a great day. Thank you so much. It's been lovely. I hope you come back soon.
Yes.
With more lovely kits.
We'd love to.
Thank you for joining me today. I've had a great day with Adam. We've learnt loads. Got a nice jacket. I think I might have to give that back. Launched Amber Makes New Sewing School EP. What a brilliant day we've had. And then to finish it off with gorgeous knitting and crochet, sell-out dressmaking jacket and donuts. What more can you ask for? Anyway, tomorrow on Sewing Street, John is presenting. And the menu that's today's menu. We won't be repeating today. Tomorrow's menu. So 8 o'clock is the Book Bonanza show. Book Bonanza by Ben for one day only. It's going to be a repeat of some Search Press deals, which is fantastic. Janet Clare will be the guest tomorrow, which is fantastic. I love her things. With the Petal Quilt Kit. 10 o'clock are beautiful Debbie Shaw designs, all based on Alice in Wonderland. They're always really popular. Janet Clare will be back at 11 with 3 little purses. And then at 12, there'll be more Debbie Shaw designs and all about quilting. Thank you for joining me on Sewing Street today. I'll see you back here next Monday. Next Monday. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Check out your baskets and tune in tomorrow morning, and I will see you next week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the